No worries. Chapel for ball. Chapel for ball. Chapel for ball. Basically, yeah. No worries. Yeah, it does, with it being sort of mid-September, but it is the most glorious day down here. It is really, really hot, gentle breeze, and it looks like we're in mid-summer, were it not for the long, long shadows being cast by the trees and the floodlights, which have already been turned on, Martin. Yeah, Notts, the top team in the group, they have yet to lose so far this season. They've won 6 and no results in the other 2. They are going to qualify. They have qualified essentially, but they do want to win this game, Notts, because they want to be certain of getting a home quarter-final, whereas the Foxes, their only chance is to beat both Notts and then Lancashire on Sunday to have a chance of going through. So they've got it all on, but the Foxes have become, unfortunately in a way, a little bit the sort of team that's so inconsistent you never quite know what they're going to do next. So having lost to both Durham and Derbyshire in their last 2 games, Derbyshire having not previously won a game in the competition, you can see Leicestershire turning it round and beating the very star-studded Notts side. So fingers crossed, just for the last time here at Grace Road this season for Leicestershire, that's what they do. Now, it's the same for every side, though, so Martin, as well. But you're right, in terms of depth of squad. For example, when we played Nottinghamshire in the Bob Willis Trophy, which was essentially the first-class competition this season, and then a few days later went to play them with the white ball in the T20, they named 7 different players from the squads, whereas, of course, the Foxes squad was pretty much the same. So an indication really of the difference in depth that's made a bit of a difference, but that applies in a way every season. The inconsistency has become a concern, I think, for Nixon and his coaching staff. They are young, many of the Foxes players, and that's what you get with young players, but do need to see signs of improvement, so a little bit less inconsistency, if you like, some more regular performances, and they haven't really seen that in the latter part of the season, so that will be a concern going into the winter, and it will also affect, I suggest, who is retained and who gets offered contracts for next season. Okay, mate, thank you.
Taking it up, Rog. Poor old John has been worried about that. Yeah, it's been great. They've always played it careful over the winter. You did some footy last week,
Yeah.
That's a very good question. Don't blame him to run quite quickly, doesn't it?
Cambridge United.
Yeah, you're
Oh, good. Nothing. And that's 10k runs tomorrow. It's not like my Patton's Carlisle to Plymouth to Gillingham. There's no money. I quite like they're doing
you get home at 2 o'clock in the morning. No, you get home. You don't have to home.
It depends.
That's insane.
The week on Thursday, it's going to be letting people in all the time.
Yeah. Oh, City are getting a lot of big lines.
And finals day. Possibly 13 from
Ooh, absolutely.
probably 3 runs from the point of view.
That it's tomorrow 11 points, I think. So, they should qualify.
Now, Hampshire had 4 coaches. 4 not playing.
Do you want the numbers?
Oh! Nick Welsh.
Number 1. That's his heart.
Delaney.
He's 64.
Lily.
7.
Ackerman 48.
Correct.
Rhodes 21.
34.
Lewis Hill 21.
23.
Callum Parkins
10.
Stephen Klein. Phil Davis.
Is 44.
Gavin Griffiths is also a double digit.
He is.
99.
Nearly 93. I'll see. Same numbers. No, not one of the umpires is Nick Cook.
Oh, I didn't think it was Nick Cook.
Oh, was it not?
See Paul Pollard.
Oh, you probably right.
I put that in the Bob Willis game. No, you thought it was, and it was out.
It was just an out, yeah. I thought it was not him anyway. Burns, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it was Nick Cook. I saw Paul Pollard. Like I say, what not say. But, Nick Cook.
NGB Cook. Doctor, Pollard and Cook. I was pretty sure he'd said hello to me as he walked up there. That's what I said.
Pollard and James Whittaker. Wait till you finish the other look. I'm not sure it is. I think it eliminates me.
Oops. Everybody else is ready.
Sorry, but I really did.
Well, good afternoon everybody, welcome for the final time this season from Leicestershire's point of view, at any rate, to the Fisher County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester for the T20 game, Vitality Blast game between the Foxes and the Nottingham Outlaws. Richard Ray from BBC Radio Leicester and Dave Bracegirdle, as ever from BBC Radio Nottingham, your commentators for the game, and I'm delighted to say we are set very fair. It is the most gorgeous of afternoons here in Leicester, and the news from the middle is that Nottinghamshire won the toss and are going to have a bat. And, Dave, they've named a pretty strong side.
Well, they've only used 12 players, Richard. Good evening, everybody, by the way, up until this point, but they're going to introduce the 13th this evening. Now, Jake Ball is Nottinghamshire's leading wicket taker in the competition, taken 12 wickets at 15. He's really been going well, and a time or two he's got up, and I've just wondered if he's had a bit of a niggle here or there, so maybe they are just wrapping him in cotton wool a little bit, although he is out there and has gone through all the warm-ups with the rest of them. But Jake Ball drops out. Zach Chappell comes in for his first game this year. He's only played one T20 game for Notts. That was at Old Trafford last year, obviously against Lancashire Lightning. Didn't pick up a wicket, so Chappell, back on home territory, so to speak, will be looking to get stuck into the Leicestershire top order. News from Notts this morning, many of you will be aware. Chris Nash came from Sussex on a 3-year contract which has nearly expired, and the announcement this morning was that Notts wouldn't be extending his contract, and Chris we'll be looking at other opportunities, I understand, through the close season. Already does a lot of coaching, and especially down in South Africa.
I'm sure that there's a club not far from us would be interested in having a chat.
I'm sure he won't be short of us, Rich, and we wish him well. Messages with him, and obviously wished him all the best, and just sort of wrapped it up by saying, let's just see if I can bow out by helping them win a trophy. So that's clearly his mindset, and I guess most of the boys. So Notts who will be batting will be Nash, Hales, Clark, Duckett, Moores, Christian, Patel, Mullaney, Imad Wasim, and then down the bottom, Matt Carter, Zach Chappell, Matt Carter. I'm sure they won't be expecting to bat, but you just never know. And Leicestershire, one or two names I'm not that familiar with, and probably one, and that's Nick Welsh.
Yeah, they have, like Notts, but for different reasons, had pretty much the same squad throughout the competition. They have made one change for this game from the very disappointing defeat by Derbyshire at home last time out, and that is that unfortunately the all-rounder Ben Mike, the Nottingham-born all-rounder Ben Mike, his shoulder isn't quite right. They're not going to risk him, and Dieter Klein, the South African left armour, comes in to replace him. So they are led, of course, by Colin Ackerman, Nick Welsh, Gareth Delaney, Aaron Lilly, Harry Dearden, George Rhodes, Lewis Hill, Callum Parkinson, Klein, Will Davis and Gavin Griffiths. And the players are out there, the two umpires are out there, one from each county. Paul Pollard and Nick Cook are the two standing umpires.
It's similar weather to that we had at Trent Bridge last night for the Notts versus Derbyshire game, in that we have got lovely hot sunshine, really blue skies and the floodlights on, but we know why, because obviously it is going to start getting darker as the game goes on, and the floodlights, they always take a minute or two to warm up, so it is in the regulations, I think, that they stick them on before the start, and the players just sort of get used to them as the game goes on. So Notts are batting in their gold shirts and green cricket trousers, and in more of a mustardy coloured top. Leicestershire are in the field. I'm going to have to nip next door in just a moment, Rich, to speak to the good folk of BBC Radio Nottingham, but Nash and Hales out there, and we'll shortly be underway for what is the 9th match in the group. Notts top the group. Leicestershire, mathematically, are they there or already at the snooker stage?
Callum Parkinson goes in and bowls to Chris Nash, who is forward a little tentatively, just defending, blocking it out into the offside, out towards Gareth Delaney, who is the man just in front of point. Parkinson in again from the Bennett end. Nash drives, doesn't really time it, runs out towards Ackerman, who is at mid-off on the edge of the circle. Again, there is no run, giving it a little bit of air. Parkinson, good to see. In he goes again, bowls. Nash waits for it and then looks to cut it away, guide it away into the offside. All he can do is pick out the man at short third, who is Gavin Griffiths. So 3 dot balls to start with for Callum Parkinson. Pitch has been used before. In goes Parkinson and bowls. Nash drives, and he's got that through nicely. It was too much width from Callum Parkinson. Nash didn't have to put too much weight into the shot, just made sure he picked out the gap in the covers between Delaney and Will Davis, and once you beat the infield on this very fast Grace Road arena, you are going to get 4, and he's going to run away from you. It does look an absolute picture at the moment. In goes Parkinson and bowls much straighter. Nash turns his wrists on a defensive shot, pushes it back up the pitch towards Parkinson, who skips across towards the leg side in front of Hales. Dot ball. Parkinson in again to finish his over. Nash drives and he's caught. Hit it straight back, and it was only about a foot above the ground. Didn't time it at all. Parkinson has taken a wicket in his first over. Chris Nash will be disappointed, desperately disappointed about that. Dave was saying that he was hoping to end his time at Nottinghamshire with a trophy, may yet do so, but he also wants to go out in a little bit of a personal blaze of glory, I'm sure, or not on this occasion. Hit one very nice 4 through the offside, but Parkinson picked up his man. A nice caught and bowled for the young left armour. They haven't been starting, they had throughout much of last season started with Parkinson in the T20s, but just of late Ackerman has gone to pace, but back to Parkinson, and it has paid off for the Foxes, who have a wicket in the first over. Nash caught and bowled by Parkinson for 4. So Alex Hales, surprisingly, yet to score a 50 in this competition for Nottinghamshire this season, and he'd be keen to do that before the quarter-finals. Dieter Klein is going to open the bowling for the Foxes from the pavilion end. Over the wicket he goes and bowls to Hales outside off stump, gives him room, and he accepts it gracefully and gratefully, no doubt, just cuts it away behind point, and no chance for Rhodes diving to his left. And it runs under the covers at wide third man. Width really fatal from the bowler's point of view, especially outside off stump to a player as good as Hales. In the power play, when you're 2 men out on the boundary, well, there is a third man, but he's reasonably fine, and the other man out is at deep backward square. So having seen that, Klein is going to go round the wicket to Hales. In he goes, bowls to Hales, a much straighter delivery. Hales covers up, defends it back down the pitch on the onside, rolls to Ackerman at mid-on, and there is no run. Dieter Klein this season in this competition, well, this is his first appearance. He's been 12th man the previous 8 games essentially. In he goes, the South African, and bowls to Hales, slightly short of a good length. Hales staying on the back foot, drops it down almost at his feet on the onside. Doesn't look to be a massive amount of pace in the pitch, as I say, previously used. Not quite sure which match. Be a little update for BBC Radio Leicester Sport possibly coming up. Klein, 77 on his back, turns. In he goes and bowls full, and it's hit high into the air. It's going to land beyond Ackerman, who turns back from mid-on, gets to it just on the single bounce. It was really high, and thrown back to Klein. Hales picks up a couple. Welcome to listeners to BBC Radio Leicester. The news, as you know, as you've just been told by Adam, that Nottinghamshire are batting, and they've already lost a wicket, that of Chris Nash, who went to the 6th ball of the innings, caught and bowled by Callum Parkinson. Alex Hales, though, England T20 opener of recent times, as he's bowled to by Klein, and he's pulled out to deep square by Hales for a single. He's going nicely. He is now on 7 not out. He's been joined by the in-form Joe Clark. The Nottinghamshire Outlaws have moved on to 11 for 1, coming to the end of just the 2nd over. Klein, very short hair. Not that, bless him, that there's too much of it left, but he's had very much what's left of it cut as short as he possibly can, it seems. In he goes to finish the over, and bowls outside off stump to Joe Clark, who cuts it away down to that fine third man. Didn't get quite all of it. He was a little bit late on it. so has to be content with 1, but a much better over for the Outlaws. As I say, Hales didn't get that one, he lofted over mid-on, and Ackerman wasn't so very far from flinging himself as he ran back to try and get under it. He got to it on a single bounce. Still 8 from the over. Nottinghamshire Outlaws 12 for 1 after 2 overs. Dave Bracegirdle's back alongside. Doesn't look to be a massive amount of pace in the pitch so far.
No.
The batsmen have just been struggling for a little bit of timing.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And as I just returned there, just picking up on your comments of that big blow from Alex Hales. It was crisply sounded off the bat. It seemed as if it was going for a long way, but it just hung up there for a long time, and for a moment I feared for him, but he got away with it. Joe Clark on strike. Third over to be bowled by Gavin Griffiths. Clark, Notts' leading run scorer so far in the competition. 275 runs, 1 century and a couple of 50s. First ball sees Clark come down the track charging at him and then heaving hopefully towards the leg side, but doesn't make contact as it goes through to Lewis Hill. 12 for 1. Been some games this afternoon in the South Group, and the top 3 have all picked up victories. Matches that have just finished. Surrey defeating Hampshire, Sussex defeating Middlesex, and Kent getting the better of Essex. So the defending champions Essex are out. They can't make the quarter-final stage. 12 for 1. Next ball sees Clark hit it very crisply indeed over mid-on, and it's gone all the way towards the car park. Big blow from Joe Clark. Minimal backlift really, and for a fella that's, he's not an absolute giant, Joe Clark. He gets enormous power behind these shots. Look how far it's gone. It has gone right up to the car park. Look, as one of the Leicestershire fielders goes and fetches it. Nobody there to throw it back, of course. That was a huge blow, and Clark, that's just his second scoring shot, like Hales. He's moved on to 7. 18 for 1.
Yeah, I think he picked up the pace of that one okay. Lovely shot. Powerful shot, as you say, wonderfully timed.
Just fell for 16 last night. Was just starting to get going when he fell. Next ball from Griffiths, and again Clark comes and he's punched this into the offside. That's a decent stop there by, is that the skipper?
It's Davis.
Will Davis throwing himself down at extra cover. Saved 3 runs there. They scampered through for a single, so the fielder couldn't hang on to it.
Yeah, 10 to 12 overs of these 2. And Leicester are looking at 200, aren't they?
There's 1 or 2 more to come. Ben Duckett's in sparkling
absolutely.
form. Really played nicely last night. An unbeaten 57, and Christian and Moores and Mulaney and Patel. Hales has forced this to backward point. They take a single. Hales hasn't got a 50 yet, so he's the one that I don't think they'll be too concerned about, but sooner or later a player of his quality is sure to deliver. He takes a single there to move on to 8. 20 for 1.
Saving it all for the quarter-finals,
well,
or finals day perhaps.
If
to be a man for the big occasion, doesn't he? He enjoys it.
Well, he does indeed, yeah. If there is a criticism, I guess, of the format, and obviously this year we're just grateful for any cricket, I suppose it is that a side can run away with the group and play really well and then just have 1 poor performance in the quarters and you're out. Next ball is forced to the offside on the bounce. That's taken there by Gareth Delaney. No run. Remains 20 for 1. I take it it's Nick Welsh who's number 67. He's the one that we didn't have on the, or I didn't have on the,
correct,
in the Observer's book of Leicestershire players or whatever it is. The I Spy book, wasn't it? I know other books are available. Did you ever have that as a youngster?
Remember,
the I Spy book of cricket?
We had those little fat Observer ones.
Yeah,
as well.
Yeah. All different sorts of subjects. We used to buy one when we went to the
Ladybirds
seaside.
as well, yeah.
That's right, yeah. Next one played away on the leg side by Joe Clark. They'll run quickly. Clark is an absolute whippet between the sticks. Throw comes in from the deep, but they are back for a couple, and Notts just getting a little bit of momentum going. 10 from that over, 22 for 1 after 3 overs here on BBC Radio Leicester, BBC Radio Nottingham. Glad to have you along for this unusual start. We've tried all different sorts of times over the years. I can't remember one starting at 5 o'clock before, but it doesn't matter, does it? Perhaps,
No, indeed.
perhaps get us home a little bit earlier.
Ackerman is going to have a go from the pavilion end. He's been a little bit loath to use himself in this competition so far this season, actually in both red ball and white ball competitions, and sometimes that's the way when you become captain, isn't it? You're almost self-conscious about choosing yourself to bowl. He's only picked up a couple of wickets so far.
Well, you shouldn't be self-conscious when you're a world record holder.
Well, you wouldn't think so, but he was almost embarrassed about that. But he'll take it, I'm sure.
I was going to say, I bet there's a book about it at the end of his career.
Ackerman is in, drops a little bit short, but it rather confuses Hales. He takes his bottom hand off the bat and it comes off the thigh and trickles somehow down towards short third man, so the leg bye is taken.
They always said the same about the Somerset player. Was it Errol Sapire? He had 5 for 6 or something ridiculous, didn't he?
He was the holder for a long time, wasn't
he?
Ackerman is in again to Clark, who is driving but not putting his weight into the shot, steers it out to mid-off. Where I think that's Davis. Picks up, yeah, it is. He holds his hands up to shield his eyes from the sun. Drops a little bit short on that occasion. Ackerman, he's cut away. Didn't quite time it as well as he would like, Clark, so he might just not pick up 4. He isn't going to pick up 4. Good chase back down there to the deep extra cover boundary, dragged back about a yard inside by, I think it was Delaney, so just 3 on that occasion to Clark. He moves on to 13. Ackerman in to Hales, bowls. Hales goes for the slog sweep. It hits him roundabout on the hip, but he was down on one knee and it was in a legitimate shout from Ackerman, not given. Umpire Pollard, I think it is, indicates it was going on down the leg side. Ackerman in again, bowls. Hales drives in the air and he reaches to his right. Ackerman can't get there. Long on, runs round down in front of us, George Rhodes, and makes sure it doesn't cross the boundary. So he is going to pick up just the single. Hales, he was just for a moment, his heart will have been in his mouth as Ackerman reached across. It was round about head high, but it was well to Ackerman's right, and he stuck out his right hand, couldn't get there. In he goes, bowls to Clark, who lofts him high over the leg side and in towards the meat for 6. Well, that one was in the slot, as they sometimes describe it. They're very fond of describing it these days, and Ackerman, it had been a pretty decent over up to that point. Not the way to end it with a 6. He concedes a 6 from the last ball, and Nottinghamshire 33 for 1 now after 4.
Looks in the mood, doesn't he, Joe Clark? That's 2 6s already. He's on 19 from 9. Hales a run a ball, 9 from 9. Notts 33 for 1 after 4. This is only the second time that Notts have batted first in the competition. They've successfully chased on 5 occasions, but the one other time they batted first was last Sunday at Trent Bridge, when they scored 198 for 5 against Derbyshire. So that's the only sort of guideline we've got as to where they are with regards to setting. Start of a new over, and this is Dieter Klein, left arm round the wicket, bowling to Hales, and he manages just to get away with one that goes through to Lewis Hill. Hales was backing away and Klein just about managed to get it inside the blue guideline, so the umpire didn't call it as a wide. Looked just about right.
When the sun is this low, I find it sometimes quite hard to pick up the white ball. It's a strange light.
33 for 1 is Klein in again, bowls, and Hales this time has got something on it, but he'll only get a single, just chopping it to short third man. They take the run. Yeah, I went down that rabbit hole last night, sort of saying the players aren't used to the sun at this time of year, but in cricket terms, if in the past, if there has been any cricket this year, we've just about, in previous years, we've just about been done and dusted by this time of day, haven't we?
Yep.
Don't.
5:30 finish, isn't it?
Yeah,
with the red balls.
We've never had T20s as late as this, except finals day. Next ball is slammed away again by Clark down the ground, but it's well stopped by the bowler. Prevents any runs. He looks in a mean, menacing mood here, Joe Clark.
And 19 off 10 now for the former Worcester man.
Don't know if somebody cut him up on the drive over or what, but he seems in a bit of a snarly mood here.
Usually is, isn't he? Combative cricketer.
Next ball pulled away on the leg side, straight to mid-wicket. There's no run. Two traditional rivals, of course, always been in the North group together. They've played a lot, but they've had a lot of matches washed away. A total of 9 over the years, incredibly, have either been totally washed away or just started and not finished. But of those that have finished, Notts have won 13 and Leicestershire 14. There's a false start from De Decline as he comes in and either gets a fly in the eye or loses his stride pattern. And here on Leicestershire's home ground, Notts have won 5 times, Leicestershire 7. Again, there were 7 washed away here. 34 for 1. Klein comes in and bowls. That's chopped on! Wicket for De Decline. And Clark, like he was last night, just starting to motor, looking really menacingly, and falls inside edging onto his sticks. And it's 34 for 2 in the 5th. And De Decline has got a really important wicket there. Joe Clark bowled by the left armour for 19. 34 for 2.
Oh, huge celebrations for De Decline, who, as I mentioned when you were off air, is playing his first T20 game of the season. And he's a very nice man, but he's been getting, obviously, a little bit frustrated about not getting his opportunity. Well, he's got it today, and he'll feel that he's justifying it at
nicely to deep backward square. He'll keep the strike. Just one there for Duckett. It's a good return from Harry Dearden into the gloves of Lewis Hill. End of a successful over for the Foxes, and Notts a 35 for 2. Not exactly the power play I'm sure they would have wanted. It might be one of those occasions where, you know, the end of the game you suddenly hear somebody in the Notts camp saying, you know, we quickly had to reassess what a good score was on here.
Oh, that's the other thing, the effect of the pitch. But well bowled, De Decline. 2
very
overs,
much so, yeah.
No maidens, 1 for 10 for him. All you can do is do your very best when you actually get your chance, and he's doing that at the moment. So Parkinson is going to bowl the last over of the power play, this time from the Pavilion end. Opened up for the Foxes from the Bennett end, conceded 4 and took a wicket in his very first over. His men out are at deep backward square and backward point. Couple of men on the push, Davis on the leg side, Lilly on the offside. Over the wicket goes Parkinson and bowls to Duckett, who waits calmly and turns him through the vacant square leg area down towards that man at deep backward square, who's Nick Welsh. Single taken by Duckett, 2 from 2 for him. 36 for 2. Yeah, it may be that this is a 150, 160 wicket rather than a sort of 200 wicket, but we will see.
Well, you aim for 150 and 160, and then if you've got somebody like Hales going nicely, you can perhaps push on in the last 4 overs.
Parkinson's going to go round the wicket to the right-hander, drops a little bit short. Hales back in his crease, turns it off the back foot down towards deep mid-wicket. Dearden comes scampering in, gets his fairway, so just a single for Alex Hales, who's going along at just about a runner ball at the moment, 11 off 12. Just calmly assessing the situation. Will change left hand right hand combination, of course. Lilly's pointing out something, suggesting something. He wants Nick Welsh a few yards in. It takes 4 or 5 steps, that's all, as Parkinson goes in and bowls over the wicket to Duckett, who plays a beautiful little, well, paddle scoop round the corner, very fine. It just gave himself, just stepped across towards the offside, just so that he could flick it down the leg side. There was a man at short fine, but it went very much finer than him, and obviously with Hill standing up to the stumps, no chance at all for the wicketkeeper. Clever little shot.
Parkinson's reaction would perhaps lead you to believe he maybe thought he was through Duckett there.
In goes Parkinson again and bowls again down the leg side. A more obvious little paddle sweep around the corner this time by Duckett. It was further down the leg side. Parkinson and Duckett having a word as Duckett completes the single, and the two come not quite face to face. And it wasn't a confrontation, it was probably a smile. Parkinson, as Dave said, suggesting it almost got through. He goes into... Oh, and that bowled him! Oh, what a delivery from Parkinson! It bounced, he was half forward, Hales. It just turned enough, hit the top of off stump. Oh, that was a bit special.
It was indeed, yes. You can see it from here. We're not in line, but that really did look to almost rag square, as they say. And pitch middle and clipped off the off bail. Lovely bit of bowling. Of course, we know Alex Hales is a big, tall man. He can get a nice stride in there. You usually can't see too much of the stumps, and that was a terrific bit of bowling from Parkinson, just to get one to turn enough, just to miss the outside edge and topple off that bail. Terrific stuff, and it's 42 for 3, and Parkinson's now got rid of both openers.
I'll tell you what, he won't have bowled many better balls than that, Callum Parkinson. It turned just enough, and to beat an international of Hales' quality, you know, there's a little bit in the pitch, yes, but you've got to use it, and you've got to use it well. And Hales wasn't going for a big shot or anything like that, he was looking to defend it. And
it's nice to see that he shares his brother's passion for a good celebration on taking a wicket.
They are very interchangeable, aren't they, in certain respects, as you would expect, of course, from twins.
Matt always seems 100% at everything.
In goes Parkinson and bowls over the wicket to Tom Moores, who probably is a little bit surprised to find himself facing a delivery in the power play, the last delivery of the power play in fact. 42 for 3 at the end of it, Nottinghamshire. 2 wickets for Parkinson, 1 for Dieter Klein. 2 for 11 from 2 overs for Callum Parkinson, and well, the Foxes will feel they've got themselves at least into the game.
Yep, they've taken the power play. Nash out for 4, Clark 19 and Hales for 11. Mentioned earlier, the 3 games in the South Group all finished with wins for Surrey, Kent and Sussex this afternoon. All the news on the BBC Sport website. Lancashire versus Durham at Old Trafford started at 4 o'clock as the 7th over begins with Ackerman bowling to Duckett. Clips this one away on the leg side for a single. 43 for 3, and they reach the interval at Old Trafford. Durham scoring 152 for 5. They'll be desperately keen to beat Lancashire. I think if they beat Lancashire and beat Notts, then they might need snookers, but there's a chance. I think there's just a chance that mathematically things could work out for Durham, but highly unlikely. 43 for 3 is the score. Big game in the Central Group has also started, as this one's hit back to Ackerman by Moores, yet to get off the mark. Northants are batting against Somerset. They're 43 for 1 in the 6th over at Taunton. Concentrating on matters here as Moores again remains on naught as he hits it back to the Foxes skipper Ackerman. It's just dropped onto a nice tidy line and length here. Shadow from the floodlight pylon all the way across the strip as Moores belts this out onto the leg side. It was short, it sat up, and Moores delivered an effective coup de grace as he hammers it away towards the large scoreboard for 4. So Moores is away. Still only 4 from 4 though. That's the trouble. If you soak up a few dot balls, you're always playing catch up. They're coming in again to Moores, who hits this one down to long off and gets a single. 48 for 3. That's the motorcycle club, just having a bit of a tear around the block, and I think it is called the Outlaws Motorcycle Club, isn't it?
It is, yes indeed.
48 for 3. It's Colin Ackerman bowls. Duckett just drops it gently on the leg side, and these two are quick, but I think it was a sensible call just to settle for 1 there. Ackerman racing through the over as you'd expect. 49 for 3, so just 7 from that one. Notts looking for a partnership. Mentioned all the names, and they've still got Christian Patel and Mullaney, but they'll want this pair to stick around, I'd imagine, for 4 or 5 overs, just so they do have some wickets left in the shed for the final push.
Yeah, run-outs were crucial in the game between Yorkshire and Lancashire yesterday. Yorkshire looked to be in complete control before Messrs Lythe and Root both got run out when they were steering Yorkshire to what would have been their first victory at Old Trafford for about well, a long time, 6 years I think, in the T20 that is. And it would have been an unnecessary risk on the part of Messrs Duckett and Moores. Gareth Delaney is going to have a go with his leg spin from the pavilion end. He's taken 6 wickets in the competition this season, as well as scoring some very useful runs, so he's done well.
I was just going to say he got 2 or 3 at Trent Bridge, and a couple of good catches on the fence as well, if I remember.
Round the wicket he goes, and Bowles drops horribly short, as sometimes leg spinners do, whacked away by Duckett almost off the front foot, but he's picked out the man at backward square, so it's going to be just 1 against Notts, 2 for 37 at Trent Bridge.
Got a couple of catches as well, didn't he?
He's dropped 1 or 2, but this is only really his first year as a full-time cricketer in many respects. In he goes, and Bowles back short outside off stunt and looking to cut it away. Moores doesn't time it at all, somehow gets it out towards extra cover.
Is it a partnership with Leicestershire that's likely to be extended?
I think they'd like him to come. I would anticipate they might. In he goes, and Bowles again a little bit short, and quick hands from Moores, gets it out towards deep mid-wicket this time, where Lilly is the fielder. He's certainly done well enough, I would think. He's got some good runs at a good pace, and as I say, with those wickets gives them another spinning option. Staying round the wicket, 2 left-handers of course, that's a better line and length, and he's not bowled him. The stumps have been taken out by Hill, who points towards umpire Cook. He didn't just take it, he actually demolished the off-stump Lewis Hill, and appealing for the stumping, but no excitement on the part of, well, anybody else other than Lewis Hill, to be quite honest.
It's certainly taking a little bit of turn, isn't it? And Notts have got Imad Wasim, Samit Patel and Matt Carter, so they won't be too upset about that.
No. 140, 150 might take some getting.
I'll just have to pop next door.
Against a spin attack of that quality. In goes Delaney, looking for the reverse sweep, and connecting nicely is Ben Duckett, but the man at backward point runs round to what became wide long leg and got to the ball quickly. Hit it almost too well in that respect. Duckett rehearses the shot, has to be content with a single. He moves on to 11 from 9. Moores has 6 from 7. The Outlaws 52 from 3, but we are coming to the end of the 8th over. Delaney, just a couple of steps and in. Bowles, a little bit of extra bounce as he goes back, Tom Moores, and cuts it out, chops it out into the offside. Harry Dearden is the man on the cover boundary, but again, just a single from that last ball, so 4 singles from the over from Gareth Delaney. 53 for 3. Nottinghamshire. Different sort of challenge than they face tonight, the Outlaws. Ball not really coming on. Little bit of spin, and a rather good purveyor of it in Callum Parkinson in particular, left arm spin that is. 2 overs. 2 for 12 I think it is for him, or 2 for 11. Klein 2 overs, 1 for 11. Ackerman ringing the changes constantly. He's bringing Gavin Griffiths back into the attack. Just 1 over earlier for Griffiths. 10 runs came from it. He's bowling from the same end, the Bennett end, with a bit more cover though this time. He bowled the 3rd over of the innings. This the 9th. He has got 3rd man up on the edge of the circle. Long leg, mid wicket, cover, and deep backward square on the boundary. As round the wicket comes Griffiths, and Bowles squares Moores up just a touch. He was looking to hit it straighter than that. Came off the thick outside part of the bat, through the gap in the covers out towards Nick Welsh, who comes sprinting in to meet the ball. Has to content himself with the single. Moores. Duckett with his shirt out of his trousers kind of makes him look even shorter than he actually is, in a funny sort of way. In goes Griffiths, and Bowles to him, and he works it away off middle and leg out towards the man at long on. Single taken again. All the fielders on the leg side now, on the boundary, for both left-handers. And they must be thinking in terms of a possibility of two there. The pitch is cut reasonably centrally, and this big Grace Road outfield, a little bit towards the west side. In goes Griffiths and bowls, and looking to clip it away on the leg side. Doesn't get anything on it, Moores, I'm pretty sure, but it was going on to miss leg stump, and Nick Cook marches off into the offside before raising his left knee to the scorers. One extra taken, one leg by. A hopeful and optimistic appeal from Gavin Griffiths, who turns. Little shimmy at the start of his run and chases down the slope. Bowls, Fuller this time, dug out in the air, should be caught, is not caught. That was surely a chance, and it was interrupted en route towards mid-off by extra cover, diving across Ackerman. Was that Rhodes making, what was he thinking? Dieter Klein, I think it was, at extra cover coming in, tried to take the catch, which I think was going to go straight to Ackerman at wide mid-off. Didn't get there, and that is a big life for Tom Moores. Did they take the single then? Not quite sure. 56 for 3. No, they didn't. It was a big life for Duckett then, who waits as Griffiths goes in and bowls, and this time it's Fuller on leg stump, clipped away behind square, and is going to take a single this time. We'll need to see the replay of that one, but it looked to me like Klein coming across somehow decided he was going to take it out of Ackerman's hands practically. 57 for 3.
Yes, it was
curious piece of cricket.
A case of miscommunication, really, wasn't it? There obviously wasn't a shout.
Certainly not a loud enough one, anyway. They speak the same language, Klein and Ackerman. Actually, I don't know how much sort of Afrikaans they speak. In goes Griffiths and bowls onto the hip, and it's going to be tickled down to fine leg. In fact, it just came off the thigh pad of Moores. Didn't get anything on it. The result is the same though, 4 onto the Nottinghamshire Outlaws total. 61 for 3, an eventful over. 8 runs in the end came from it, but there should have been a wicket as well, and Leicestershire might pay dearly for giving Ben Duckett a life. He is on 13 off 12. Tom Moores has 8 off 11.
Sticky start for the Outlaws, and this pair not exactly filling the rest of the Notts dugout over there with a great deal of confidence. Had 1 or 2 anxious moments. Number of spectators away to our left at Milligan Road, is that?
It is, as in
on the
Spike.
Yeah, number of spectators just peering in through the gate. Good to see
the
them.
regulars, yeah, who would love to be sitting in the ground.
It's nice to see them there, but you'd rather see them here inside, watching on. They tell us it's not possible, but it's a real old shame. Is Aaron Lilly going to have a bowl, his first of the evening, bowling to Duckett, who eases it into the offside. They should get a couple of runs. Playing very close to the middle of the square, so that's a good boundary away on the meat side of the ground, and they do come back for 2.
Only other game in which he's bowled... No, he has bowled in a couple of games, Yorkshire at home and Durham.
Comes in again to Ben Duckett, and similarly outside the off stump, but Duckett mistimes this, and the bowler can do his own fielding work. Floats the next one up. Duckett clips it away, this time on the onside for a single. 61 for 3. It's a runner ball 14, Duckett. Moores 8 from 11. 2 left-handers meet in the middle of the strip, have a bit of a chat. Difficult lie for the fielders, I'm sure it is. It's Moores this time getting it away on the offside, and finished that with a little bit of a flourish that we often see with Tom Moore's shots, and he knew he'd middled that one. Races away through the offside for 4.
Yeah, a little sort of helicopter almost, isn't it?
Not yet on the board, but it will go up in a moment to 66 for 3. Moores on to 12. Next ball from Lily. 2 Moores, and this time can't beat Ackerman. Just inside the ring.
It's come to us. Having to restart it, I think, the
scoreboard, yeah.
Yeah. Catching up with itself. There we go.
It'll sort itself out in a minute. There we are. Outlaws 68 for 3. Next one is just tickled away by Moores on to 13. And Aaron Lilly raced through that over, but at the cost of 8, and round about this stage of the innings, I think Notts will take that. They've reached the halfway stage, 69 for 3. Still got enough wickets in the shed to have a big push later on, but certainly Leicestershire taking the power play overs. 42 for 3 Notts were at that stage, with Hales, Nash and Clark all out relatively cheaply.
The renovation of the manual scoreboard just about finished this week, fully repainted now, as well as completely redid the whole frontage, new wood and everything, and all the numbers.
I was watching in fact, there it goes now. The old running fox on the top was really galloping round as the breeze was blowing at it.
Will Davis then. We haven't seen him so far in this game. He's going to bowl his first over of the innings from the Bennett end. Down the slope he comes and bowls 2 Moores, who has to wait and whips it away. Not that short a delivery, down towards deep backward square. Takes 1. Nice quick hands. Turned his wrists on it. Picks up 1. Moves on to 14. Duckett 16. Came together with the scores on 42. So they've added 28 so far for the 4th wicket. Valuable little stand already, one feels. Davis, little stutter, and then he's into his run and bowls 2. Duckett onto leg stump and turned again down to the man at deep backward square. Comes in to meet the ball. It's Harry Dearden down there, emerging from the shadows of the meet.
I mentioned there's one other North Group game going on that started at 4 o'clock. Durham 152 for 5. Lancashire 9 for 3 after 2 overs.
Goodness. It's an interesting score to Nottinghamshire listeners, I would anticipate. They have qualified as well as Nottinghamshire, of course, already. In goes Davis, bowls a couple of steps down the wicket, tries to hit it back past him, doesn't time it at all. Tom Moores bounces back up to Davis, who makes as though he's going to hurl the ball at the stumps. Doesn't bother doing so.
Made to do a decline, as it's known in the business now, up and down the country.
Dieter. Poor Dieter. He's saddled with that.
Well, it's cropped up in 1 or 2 commentaries.
Goes Davis and bowls again. 2 Moores, who swings him out into the leg side, loses it for a minute. I think Dearden there corrects himself, takes it about on the 3rd bounce. Umpire Cook is got his left hand out momentarily, pointing out down there. I'm not sure what that was about. However, single taken again. Moores on to 15. I
think you have to be careful looking towards the meat, because you're looking right into the sun, aren't you?
It is.
You wouldn't want to put a fielder on the other side of the ground.
Very
anything hit high in your direction.
No. Davis is in, bowls, and again very risky clip down. It's a 4-man game at the moment. Down to Dearden. Davis and Dearden for Leicestershire, Moores and Duckett for Nottinghamshire, and those have been the 4 players involved on 4 out of the 5 balls bowled so far. Single taken 4 of those 5 balls, all down to Harry Dearden. 73 for 3. Good so far from Davis. Can he finish the over well? In he comes and bowls 2 Moores, dug out by Moores. It was almost a Yorker from Davis, dug out towards mid-on. Ackerman picks up throws on the bounce to Hill, so Leicestershire will be reasonably satisfied with 5 singles from the over. Nottinghamshire 74 for 3 after 11.
3rd over not scored 10 from it, and the 4th over they got 11. They were the 2 overs that Joe Clark hit maximums in, but since then, with the departure of Hales and Clark, it's been a different sort of game. Obviously Leicestershire can have more fielders outside protecting the ropes, but Duckett and Moores by and large are just looking to accumulate, just get the board ticking over, and they've been taking 4, 5 and 6 and over, but they will need to pick up their 8 sometime soon, as Lily bowls to Moores, who goes on the reverse, and he's helped that one a long way over towards the meat side of the ground for 6 with a switch hit. That's quite extraordinary, absolutely extraordinary. I think Kevin Peterson did it against Morley all those years ago in a test match, and people were absolutely flabbergasted. They'd never seen anything the like, but it's almost a common day occurrence now, isn't it, for somebody just to switch round like that. Mighty blow from Moores takes him on to 22. First ball of the over. Lily in again and gets 6 and then push it down the ground for a couple of runs. Duckett is pushing hard for that too. He instigated that second run and gets there.
When they hit a shot, a left-hander hits a right-hander's shot as crisply as that, you sometimes wonder now whether they could actually play other right-handed shots, and whether they could actually they've almost made themselves ambidextrous, haven't they, in that respect? Could they play a cover drive? I don't know. Maybe that's the next development.
It's all to do with the practice, isn't it? Isn't it? And if they, as you say, if they spent that long practicing it, there's a scoop this time by Moore. So we've seen everything from him in this over. He's got 4 runs here. Effectively, he's tickled it fine down the leg side for 4, but he didn't. He went down on one knee and scooped it, the left-hander, over his right shoulder, nice and fine for 4. So this is 12 up from the first 3 balls of the over, and this is the big one. This is the biggest return for Notts so far, and there's still 3 balls to come. Lily to Moores, who pulls this shortest ball out onto the leg side, and they will settle for 1 this time. That's George Rhodes getting to it quickly and had the ball in the air to deter the 2 batsmen from coming back.
Probably was a second there, but having got those 12 off the first 3, no point in risking it.
87 for 3. When did the last wicket go? 42. So they've added 45. There's Lily now to Duckett. He will push it on the leg side. Again, there's only 1. Just hit it just a little too firm. It needed to be gentler if he was playing the drop and run 2, which might have crossed his mind. 88 for 3. Duckett on 19. Moores has gone racing away now on 29, and on strike here he'll push it into the offside, but no run. So a good end to the over for Aaron Lilly, but all the damage was done early on. 14 from the over there, and after 12 overs here on BBC Radio Leicester, BBC Radio Nottingham, the Outlaws, top of the group, looking to remain undefeated, are 88 for 3 after Dan Christian won the toss and opted to bat.
Feels a bit like the sort of track that Lancashire have got used to playing on at Old Trafford in a way, when it's taking a little bit of turn and a little bit of spin and isn't quite coming on as well as the batsman would like, but it emphasises the importance of the result in one respect for Nottinghamshire, in the importance of having a home game on a type of wicket they're more used to.
Speaking of the Red Rose, they're 10 for 4
Jeepers.
against Durham.
Durham have, well, they didn't win any of their first 4 games, did they? Or 5 games? Or 4 games? Klein is in from the Bennett end, over the wicket onto the legs of Ben Duckett. Turned, but this time not down to Harry Did, and he's got it a little bit finer down to long leg. And Callum Parkinson is the fielder down there. He's content with a single. He moves on to 20, playing second fiddle at the moment. Not often that is the case with Ben Duckett, but Tom Moores has played some very clever shots in going to 29 off 23. He's on strike as Klein goes in and bowls to him, and that's a wristy clip into the leg side. Not just into the leg side, it's over the boundary at square leg and into the popular seats. A little pick-up. There's nothing much of Tom Moores either, and goodness me though, he has strong wrists, and that was a beautiful pick-up off a foolish delivery on leg stump over square leg for 6.
I mean, your average club player playing that shot, the ball wouldn't even go off the square, and it just sailed away.
They have great eye coordination. In goes Klein and bowls outside off stump. He tries to chop it away through the offside. That helicopter shot that Moores plays with such a flourish, an individual flourish, but this time he didn't connect. He stays on 35 now of 25 balls. Nottinghamshire 95 for 3. Yes, we tried that. We'd put our backs out and all sorts.
I'd also need to give it a heck of a lot more of a wind up than he did. It was just sort of a little jab, wasn't it?
That, yep, the shot for 6 was, yeah, indeed. Klein in again, bowls and driven out through the offside, and I think that's going to be 4. It is. It was a fairly half-hearted pursuit. He knew out there, Nick Welsh on the extra cover boundary, he wasn't going to get there. It was full and tucked into it. A proper cricket shot, as a certain generation might refer to it.
I think we've missed the 50 partnership now.
We have, I'm afraid. Yeah,
I think they're now beyond
the 6
it.
Was the 50 partnership.
42, 57. They've put on.
I think in this circumstance it's forgivable when a shot as clever and remarkable as that is played. We can talk about the shot instead. In goes Klein and bowls again. 2 more short onto the legs, and he gets away with it. Dieter Klein. He tried to pull it away. Tom Moores. We did get a little inside edge onto the pad there. I thought it was going to be signalled leg by. It just popped up onto the leg side off the pad. A little inside edge onto the thigh pad perhaps, and Moores moves into the 40s now on 240 off 27 balls. Strike rate up to around about 150 now for him.
He didn't score off his first 3 balls, remember?
Klein into Duckett, who turns him. A length delivery off middle and leg out towards Lilly at mid wicket. He puts in a nice low throw, which wicketkeeper Lewis Hill will appreciate, staring into a bright low sun. End of the over, 100 up for the Outlaws after 13 overs, 101 for 3, and they're recovering nicely, Dave, from a difficult position at 42 for 3.
Last 2 overs, 14 from Lillies and then 13 from that one from Klein, so 27 from 2 overs. This is the Ben Duckett we've been sort of seeing, and it's the role he has found for himself in the side, almost the one to play through the innings, getting the big hitter, if you like, back on strike. Of course, he's perfectly capable of clearing the ropes and putting the bad ball away, but he's sort of been speaking about it a number of times this summer, and last year he sort of tried to take on the big hitters blow for blow, whereas if you play that sort of game with Alex Hales and Dan Christian, and it's not your normal game, then you're going to come off or come up short. But this year he has just sort of been knocking it around. He runs quickly, he's got all the shots, he's a complete 360 degrees player, but this is perfect for him with Tom Moores, if you like, taking the risky shots on. But
I think the fact that Parkinson is coming back is an indication that Ackerman is really concerned now. They need to break this partnership, the Foxes. In goes Parkinson from the pavilion end. Bowls an attempted scoop from Duckett. Whether he got anything on that, I don't know. Because Hill didn't take the ball cleanly. It was a very difficult one for him to take. Had he done so, Parkinson looked interested. But either way, a dot ball to start with for Parkinson. In he goes again. Bowles drops a little bit short and is pulled away into the leg side. Bit of work for George Rhodes to do, running away to his left from long on towards wide mid wicket. Gets there, but not before Moores has turned for the second and made it comfortably. Duckett on to 23. He says waiting for the electronic scoreboard. In goes Parkinson, tosses that one up, reaches for the sweep, had to reach for the sweep, Duckett. Well bowled by Parkinson, but he connected nicely. Duckett picks up the single as he gets it down to Dieter Klein, a backward square. Moves on to 24, brings the innovative and at the moment highly successful Moores back on strike. 40 off 27. Where's he going to try and hit this? How is he going to try and hit it? More to the point. In goes Parkinson. Bowls to him. Helicopter shot out through the offside. There is a sweeper out there on the cover boundary in the form of Harry Dearden, so it's going to be just the one. 105 for 3. 2 for 15 for Parkinson from 2.4 overs, 8 wickets in the competition so far. In goes Parkinson, bowls, looking for the slog sweep, stepping across to the offside, not connecting. Duckett comes off the pad, bounces out and down the wicket, picked up by Hill, stepping out from behind the stumps, and there's no run. Parkinson in again, bowls, quicker, flatter delivery, pushed away off Midland leg, out towards Rhodes. They will surely turn 4-2 and make it comfortably. The throw would have had to hit from Rhodes at the non-striker's end to have had any chance of running him out. It didn't, so a couple of runs for Ben Duckett. He moves on to 26, 107 for 3, 6 runs from the over. And Parkinson won't be entirely disappointed with that, but when he is getting that little bit of turn, perhaps he'll maybe look for a little bit more flight in his final over.
Yeah, there were no liberties certainly taken by either batsman in that over from Parkinson, who's through 3 overs, 2 for 17. Going to be a change at the far end. Will Davis is going to take over from Dieter Klein. Davis just bowled the one previous over, which went for 5 runs. Nice tidy one in the 11th over, but Tom Moores has certainly accelerated since then, and he's on strike on 41 from 28 balls, 107 for 3. 6 overs remain. 10 and over would be 167, and I guess in a funny way, I think both sides might just accept that. Notts from where they were, and Leicestershire, holding Notts to 167. They'll very much fancy the chances as this is hit down the ground. He was trying to get it square of the wicket, I think, Tom Moores on the leg side, but is that a no ball? It is indeed. Yep, Nick Cook continued to stick his arm out, so it was a really expensive mistake there by Davis in overstepping, because he's gone for the single, but of course 2 more for the no ball, and the free hit is now signalled. So 110 for 3, and stand by your beds, this could go anywhere. Free hit for Duckett. He's on 26. Davis has decided he's going to go round the wicket to a former Northants man. Here he comes, bustling approach, right arm fast medium, bowls, and Duckett hits it straight back over his head, and one bounce into the sight screen for 4. Nice clean pick up from Duckett. So 5 balls left in an over that's already gone for 7. Isn't the comeback that Will Davis was looking for? It's an absolute cardinal sin, isn't it, to bowl extra balls, be it a wide or a no ball in this.
It is when you're not express. It's not as though you're striving for an extra inch or 2 of pace and you're bowling at 90 miles an hour plus. It's
114 for 3. The line doesn't move, it's always there. Just make sure your foot's behind it. Next ball is worked away onto the leg side, and again he's bisected the fielders there for 4 more.
Clever shot.
It was indeed. He reached forward there, Duckett, and as we've been saying, and everybody knows, he's not the tallest of fellas, but I think he got to it sort of a low full toss, and like Moores earlier, you just sometimes wonder how they can manipulate the ball into certain areas, just so wristy.
Yeah.
118 for 3, 58, 68, 76. He says, doing the old Rachel Riley's quickly there. 76 they've put on. Duckett, he's now going at better than a runner ball. 34 from 27.
I'm looking at Dave and I'm thinking of Rachel Riley, and there's quite a big jump.
118 for 3. Duckett has 34. Here comes Will Davis. Field is up on the offside, and it's slammed back past the bowler for 4 more by Ben Duckett. That's 3 in a row. The over didn't get off to the best of starts from Will Davis, and it's continued to spiral downhill.
He didn't put it there, Davis, on that occasion.
That's 15 that we've had from the over. Is that right? There's still 3 balls left?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it 3 or 2? 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2. We've had 5, one of which was a no ball, so...
Well, that's what I thought, but it's saying 14.3. Let's have a look. Next ball, forced by Duckett off the back foot, but straight to the bowler this time. Yeah.
Unless that's 1 plus 2 no balls.
Yeah, I think it must be. Yeah, so 2 balls left.
Yeah.
15 from 4, most expensive over of the innings.
add.
122 for 3. Duckett on 38. Moores has 42. It's 2 left-handers really getting on with it now, and Duckett's out this one away down towards long leg. There'll be a couple of runs. Love to see his wagon wheel, well, but for both of them in fact. Complete 360-degree players.
He's rehearsing that, but he's rehearsing it from a foot or so, maybe 2 feet outside off stump, to get it down to long leg. Deliberately play it down there is the astonishing thing.
124 for 3, final ball of the over. Ben Duckett on 40. Might take a single and fancy keeping the strike. Here's Davis in again. Well, he's not looking for the single, he's looking to find the ropes, but he won't. Just a couple of runs. That's good fielding in front of the main scoreboard there. Somebody who's almost in a different postcode to us, but a couple of runs to end the over. Both batsmen are on 42. The Outlaws are 126 for 3, 19 from that over from Will Davis, and if he hadn't just overstepped by half an inch first ball or so, it would have just been a single from the first one, and he'd have been able to ease himself into the over rather than really playing catch up. 126 for 3, 5 to go.
Well, we were thinking 150 to 160 might be a decent score, but Knott's ambitions will be now much higher than those, and demonstration of the depth and the class of this Outlaws side. Parkinson, as Ackerman desperately tries to break this partnership, will finish his spell. In he goes and bowls an attempted reverse hit from Tom Moores, doesn't connect, and Parkinson almost on principle appeals, but although it pitched a long way outside off stump and did spin back in, not going to be given that one by umpire Pollard. In goes Parkinson, fires that one in, and just waiting for it, Moores pushes it back past the bowler down the pitch on the onside, and takes one as from long gone. George Rhodes comes running in.
So much for the umpire to weigh up when they go for the switch it and miss it, and there's an LBW appeal. You've got to.
It bounced as well, didn't it?
As it pitched outside leg for the left-hander or the right-hander.
yeah. In goes Parkinson over the wicket again, this time to Duckett, who just paddles him around the corner, just stepped right across, waited for the delivery, it turned, and he helped it on its way down to long leg for 4. Dave's going to update BBC Radio Nottingham with some pretty good news for over the last half an hour. Ben Duckett and Tom Moores having built this impressive partnership, which is now approaching 100. They came together with a score on 42. It's now 131. So 89 they've added so far for the 4th wicket. In goes Parkinson and bowls again to Duckett. Again he's swept around the corner down towards long leg. This time Klein does get to the ball quite quickly, and he's got one of the best arms in the Leicestershire side, Dieter Klein. One bounce into the gloves of Lewis Hill right next to the stumps, so it has to be just one. For Duckett, moves on to 47, who's going to be first to 50. In goes Parkinson, bowls to Moores, who slogs him down to mid-wicket for 4. Genuine real slog there from Tom Moores, but no less legitimate for that. The shot down to cow corner has its place in T20 cricket, and Moores played it very well indeed. He's playing with the spin, of course, but even so, muscled it away. In goes Parkinson and bowls the helicopter drive from Moores. He's going to pick up 2 because long off has to run diagonally around 10 yards to get to the ball, so 2 it is to Moores. He moves on to 49. Duckett has 47, but Duckett, it will be on strike, because that is the end of the over. 138 for 3 at the end of the 16th. So 12 from Parkinson's final over. 4 overs, no maidens. 2 for 29 for the young left arm spinner. Pretty good effort in the circumstances, but he'll be disappointed not to have picked up another. Bowled the ball of the day by some margin to dismiss Alex Hales. Beautiful delivery. They just turned from sort of middle, clipped the top of off. And Hales, who was playing or attempting to play a defensive shot, bemusedly looked back down the pitch before walking slowly off. But Duckett and Moores have done more than repair the innings. 138 for 3, so 96 the partnership now, as Duckett is on strike to Gavin Griffiths. Not surprisingly, Will Davis has been taken off. Griffiths round the wicket to Duckett, who makes a little bit of room, steps away to leg, and Griffiths sees that and bowls outside off stump, and Duckett a rather inelegant swat at the ball as it goes past outside off stump. Not going to be signalled wide, I'm afraid. Dot ball, a rare event in recent overs. 138 for 3. All the leg side fielders out on the boundary and one on the offside. Griffiths in again. Duckett hits him through mid-on. Tom Moores hops out of the way. You can tell how straight it was from that fact. But out there on the long gone boundary, the fielder gets across to his right and makes the stop. So just a single. Duckett on to 48. Moores has 49. 139 for 3. Partnership 97. Griffiths tosses the ball from hand to hand. He has brought a fielder in on the leg side now, Parkinson, who is at short fine leg. And he has got a long off. In goes Griffiths and bowls. Moores almost one-handed, had to wait for that before managing to get it out into the leg side. Picks up one as Lilly fields, and that's 50 for Tom Moores. 50 has come off 34 balls at a strike rate of 147. Well played, Tom Moores. On a tricky wicket, and once you're in, however, it seems to be perfectly playable, judging by the way these two are going about their business. Griffiths in, bowls to Duckett, short outside off stump, or too wide anyway, not too short really, but Duckett can just rock back and cut it out into the offside. Picks up Nick Welsh though on the cover boundary, coming in from the cover boundary, so just a single to Duckett. Moves on to 49, 141 for 3, 99 the partnership now for the fourth wicket. Griffiths good over so far, just 3 singles from the first 4 balls. Can he keep it up? He's ready to go. Pauses, little shimmy, and starts his run in past umpire Cook and bowls, and again slightly short but a slower ball. So again Moores takes his bottom hand off the bat and does a curious almost little dance as he gets that one away into the leg side, pulls it around the corner down towards Harry Dearden, takes one, moves on to 51, 142 for 3. That's the 100 partnership for the fourth wicket between Ben Duckett and Tom Moores, and what a job they are doing for the Outlaws. We are still just in the 17th over and they've got the score up to 142 for 3. Duckett on 49 awaits the arrival of Gavin Griffiths, who bowls, clipped out into the leg side, off the legs, down towards Dearden, in the air, bounces a few times before it gets to the field, and that's 50 for Ben Duckett. Just a couple more deliveries than those faced by Tom Moores for his 50. His has taken 37, but an almost equally effective job done by the diminutive left-hander.
Yes, well battered to both of them. Duckett last night featured in an unbroken stand of 98 with Chris Nash, which saw Notts home. This one equally important because they were in a little bit of trouble. There's no doubt about it at 42 for 3, but this side packed with quality, and in times of adversity you do look for people to put their hands up and respond, and they've done it very nicely indeed. In something like 12 overs they've had 100. Both players now past 50. And with 18 balls left, it really is help yourself time if they can get Notts up to the top side of 170. I think they'll be absolutely delighted. Both players, by the way, have hit 5 4s, 2 6s for Tom Moores, none for Ben Duckett. Thought he had hit one, but clearly not. It's not on the scorecard. A couple to Joe Clark then and a couple to Tom Moores. 3 to go, 143 for 3, and the first of them will be bowled by Will Davis, who overstepped first ball last time. What will he do this time? Oh, it's short, and Duckett was already through the shot, and there was a bit of a coming together, an accidental coming together between Tom Moores and Will Davis, both for different reasons, trying to get down to the other end. They each apologise to each other, and it's a leg bye.
Yeah, can't help feeling if Duckett had just waited,
yeah,
he would have put that somewhere over the Milligan Road, but predetermined going for a reverse.
It's a good last over from Griffiths, by the way. 3 overs, none for 18, yeah.
Yeah, no, he's bowled well. He picked up T20 best figures in the last game, a 4-fer.
There's Davis then bowling to Moores on 51. He goes for a leg side hit. Now there's a man out there on the rope, should catch it, and does, and that's a very, very good catch indeed. And Moores goes for 51. Fine effort out there on the fence. 144 for 3. Davis has got the wicket, and as Rich kindly helps me out, Dieter Klein is the player who would have been looking right into that sun. I didn't fancy him much above 20% to catch that, but he did, high above his head, and that was a very, very good effort. Well battered, Tom Moores, and it took a very decent catch to get rid of him.
Yeah, he didn't just take the wicket, he saved 6 runs there, Dieter Klein. He'd been brought in sort of 10 yards, because it is such a long boundary out there, good 75, maybe 80 yards. He was having to back pedal. He's not a particularly tall man, leapt into the air, took it two-handed above his head, and it would certainly have cleared the ropes for 6. So Davis, slightly fortunate there, I suspect, but they won't mind.
No, that's the good news for Leicestershire. Not so good news is that Captain Christian is out there, who is an absolute brute of a man. He, in another life, he would have been a lumberjack, and he wouldn't have bothered with the chainsaws. He'd have just knocked over those giant redwoods or whatever it is. As Davis bowls, it's a short, pulled away nicely onto the leg side, but again picks out Dieter Klein, who's a busy man of the moment.
Partnership of 102 for the 4th wicket.
145 for 4, so that single takes Christian down to the business end
in just under 12 overs.
Yes, and to start with, they just both played themselves in, didn't they? That chaotic over from Davis, where he began with the overstepping, and then there was an over that followed it from Aaron Lilly, and away went Notts. I think we're just about ready. Dan Christian went for a bit of walk. It just seems to be a little cooler out there, right on the strip that they're playing on now. We have got a little bit of shade out there. And first ball, Christian has gone on the scoop, and he's going to go first ball, and Davis has got second wicket of the over, second wicket in 3 balls, and that is the problem. Sometimes these players have all the shots and want to show you them all at once. First ball, Dan Christian has tried to scoop it over the keeper's head, and it's pretty much gone straight up. I'm sure Lewis Hill, the keeper, could have got there, but he's instead left it to the man who started it out at short third man, but ran round to take it almost behind the keeper. 145 for 4. Dan Christian out first ball.
Gavin Griffiths, the catcher. As you say, if he'd just looked to play a fairly normal crunch down the ground or something like that, you feel, Dan Christian, but when it isn't a particularly quick wicket, the scoop shot is a dangerous one. And so it proved for Christian on that occasion.
Stephen Mullaney has come in at 7, which means Samit is back where he started the season, the Bob Willis Trophy games at number 8. Samit Patel, of course. Here's Davis then, 2 wickets in the over, a very different over from his previous one. He bowls and Duckett clips it down the ground and sets off, hairs off, intending to call Mullaney back, but then settles for a single. 146 for 5, and with only 13 balls left in the innings, Leicestershire again have put the brakes on a Nottinghamshire charge.
Davis figures look rather more respectable than they did at the start of the over.
Always nice to have a couple in that end column, isn't it?
Yeah, not half. He was looking down the barrel, wasn't he, there? If that one had done a foot higher over D to Klein, it would be.
46 for 5, so Mullaney to face his first ball and drives into the offside and he's away. 2 overs to go. Snooker maximum on the board. 147 for the Outlaws. 5 down. That was a terrific over for the Foxes and for Will Davis. 4 runs from it and 2 runs. Tom Moore's figures, by the way, 51 from 36 balls, 5 fours and 2 sixes. Ben Duckett currently 51 not out from 39 balls with 5 fours. 147 for 5. Lots of bowling options for Ackerman. He's used 7 different bowlers, and the only one that's bowled out so far is Parkinson, so he could pretty much take this as he wants. Dieter Klein's got 1 to spare, and so has Gavin Griffiths. They're more than likely going to bowl out, but after that one from Davis, he might get his final one.
Yeah. He looked a risk to be using Davis, but came off for Ackerman and for Leicestershire. Gone back to Griffiths. 3 overs, none for 18 for the Lancastrian. Looks around him, sees every fielder on the leg side out on the boundaries. He comes in to bowl to Stephen Mullaney, who tries to smear him away through the offside. Connects nicely, but he rather does pick out Davis on the edge of the circle. And just a single as a consequence.
I've lost count, I think, this season how many times I've said either Mullaney's been bowling or Mullaney's been batting, and the one who's been directly up against is also a Lancastrian, and it happened there. Of course, Gavin Griffiths and Stephen Mullaney, but there's a lot of them around now. Of course, Aaron Lilly's another one in the.
Alan Parkinson.
Yeah, of course, in the Leicestershire
Harry
team.
Dearden.
Tom Moore's had a loan spell, of course, with the Red Rose.
4 of them on the Leicestershire side.
There's quite a lot around the counties.
Don't think there's any more than 4. I think that's it. Round the wicket, Griffiths to the left-handed Ben Duckett. Bowls, and Duckett has to wait for that one as he steps out, tries looking initially, I think, to drive it on the offside, ends up getting a bottom edge and turning his wrist on it, and it runs out towards Dearden at square leg. He held it back nicely, Griffiths, who seems to have got his slower ball working well. Still got bright sunshine here at the Fisher County ground, but it's so low that the ground is pretty much in shadow now. Shadows being cast by the trees that run between the popular seats alongside the meet and the net area here at Grace Road. Griffiths back over the wicket to the right-handed Stephen Mullaney. 149 for 5. Comes in, bowls to Mullaney, who clears his front leg and tries to hit him out into the offside. Doesn't time it. It runs out fairly tamely towards mid-off. Picked up by Ackerman. Another single. Another good over so far for Griffiths.
It is indeed. It's not a traditional end to the innings that you'd be expecting. 150 up, 150 for 5. Ben Duckett averages 29 across his career in T20, but he's done that average a little bit of a boost over the last 24 hours. 57 not out last night, 53 not out here at the moment on strike.
He's waiting with bat raised as Griffiths got about 2/3 of the way into his run and then decided to pull out, and umpire Cook makes a signal that I don't think is quite, it wasn't quite the let's not get on with it signal. It was a bit more energetic than that. In comes Griffiths and bowls outside off stump. Again the slower ball, and again Duckett is beaten by the lack of pace. He stepped out and was ready to crack it away, but he went through with his shot far too early.
North Group, Durham 157 for 5, Lancashire 55 for 8.
We'll be interested to see what's... is it the full strength side? Have they...
Davis, Livingston, Croft, Vilas, Jones.
Yes, it is.
So in the top order, yeah. Luke Wood, Hartley, so. Mahmood.
Completely. In goes Griffiths and bowls to Duckett, who clips him away, but straight to Harry Dearden at deep backward square, and Griffiths has a wicket. He puts his hands up to his face, perhaps in a little bit of embarrassment really. It was there to be clipped away by Duckett, but he just picked out the fielder at deep backward square, about 5 yards inside the ropes. A comfortable catch for Harry Dearden, and from 144 for 3, Nottinghamshire are now 150 for 6.
Yeah, and talking of all sorts of fanciful figures earlier, 160, get there and then push on. Well, 150 for 6, and right now they'll be lucky if they do put 160 on the board. Samit Patel is the new man. Mullaney and Patel have shared many a partnership over the years, but this one can only last 7 balls at the most. So that's all that's left. Mullaney 3 from 3 is on strike. Samit Patel at the non-striker's end.
Griffiths to finish his spell. Down the slope he comes. Bowls to Mullaney, and again makes a little bit of room, clears his front leg, but Griffiths sees him stepping back towards leg and pushes through a full delivery. Pushed out towards mid-off in the end by Mullaney, and an excellent last over from Gavin Griffiths. 4 singles he conceded and picked up the wicket of Ben Duckett. Finishes with 1 for 22 from his 4 overs.
Yeah, just sort of reflecting on what you've just said. 8 for 3 from the last couple of overs. That's certainly again tilted it back towards Leicestershire, who had their noses in front by winning the power play, removing Nash, Clark and Hales, and they finished just as strongly as they started. It's going to be Will Davis to get the final over. He's lurched from the ordinary to the very, very special during this bowling spell, and his 3 overs 2 for 27. What will his final over bring? Samit Patel, first ball, comes at Davis, and he just cloths one over the bowler's head and just gets a single. I beg your pardon, it was Stephen Mullaney on strike. Came at the bowler and didn't get great deal of bat on it, in truth. Lifted it over the bowler's head for a single. 152 for 6. The Outlaws with 5 balls left. Every run now you fancy might be very, very crucial come around about an hour and a half, an hour and 40 minutes from now. 152 for 6. Davis to bowl to Samit Patel. Not undefeated in the group to this point. Welsh, who certainly I haven't mentioned in the field. I think the ball's been doing a very good job of avoiding him this evening. Comes in from the long on boundary to field. It's 153 for 6.
That was another slower ball from Davis.
Couple of singles to start this. The final over. Mullaney on strike on a run of ball 5. Right-hander raises his bat and then heaves it away on the leg side, and the fielders out there on the meat side of the ground immediately started looking behind them. Harry Dearden was already going over the ropes towards the boards to see where it landed, just so it wasn't a lost ball. That was a mighty blow from Mullaney. It was in truth nothing more than a gentle long up from Will Davis, and Mullaney is a strong old boy and helped it high over the ropes for 6.
Can't keep bowling slower balls, otherwise the batsman's prepared. And Mullaney, you could say, was prepared for that one. Absolutely heaved it, tucked in.
Well, 159 for 6, so the Foxes will need at least 160, but there are 3 balls left in the Outlaws innings. Chat between the two batsmen.
Take some getting, 8 and over already.
Need a decent start. You need Welsh and Delaney to come through the power play, or at least be no more than 1 down,
because the depth isn't quite there.
159 for 6. Mullaney on strike. Where will the next one go? Back over the bowler's head, and it's going to be caught at mid-off by Ackerman, who does very well indeed, and Stephen Mullaney has to go, and Davis has got another one. 2 balls left in the innings, and it's 159 for 7, and 1 or 2 players who we haven't yet seen batting or being required to bat for Notts in this season's Blast competition have got to make their way out to the middle, and here comes Imad Wasim for his pretty certain it's his first knock of the campaign. 159. Is that for 6? It is for 7. For 7. No, the board has just turned it over. It was still showing as 6.
Imad Wasim has not batted in
no.
the T20.
He's at the non-striker's end. He might not actually get down to the business end. Let's have a look as Samit Patel bludgeons it down the ground to Welsh. They've got to run for 2. They've got to, and they do. comfortable couple in the end. So Imad Wazim won't be required to actually put bat to ball unless there's any mishaps from the bowler. 161 for 7. Patel has 3. Can he finish by adding to the Outlaws' boundary count, or can Davis get his 4th wicket? He's in, bowls. Patel does neither, helps it into the offside, fielded by Rhodes, straight to Rhodes, and that's the end of the innings. 162 for 7, and you'd have to say the Foxes, I'm sure, would have bitten your hand off if they'd offered it to them an hour and a half or so ago when Dan Christian's side were preparing to take first strike. 162 for 7. Nash out for 4, and Clark and Hales followed. The end of the power play, 42 for 3. Century partnership, of course, in the middle of all that. 162 for 7, and then the Foxes came back very strongly in the closing 3 or 4 overs, and Stephen Mullaney, despite helping himself to a 6 in the final over, departed, leaving Samit Patel 4 not out, and Imad Wazim didn't face a ball. 3 for 38 is that for Will Davis, the most successful of the Foxes bowlers, although the ball
the most
that
expensive as well.
Well, the ball that, yes, indeed, that Parkinson bowled to Hales, I think will live long in the memory.
Indeed it will. Foxes need 163 to win, and that is not going to be easy to get on a wicket which is helping the bowlers a little bit. I'm going to have a little word with BBC Radio Leicester on their DAB frequency in particular. It feels a bit that way because on either side of it the ball was doing so much for the bowlers and not just the spinners. And then I quickly add again, as Dave has been saying, if you get a chance to see the dismissal of Hales by Parkinson, he won't bowl many better balls than that in his career. It really was an absolute beauty. But also towards the end it was doing a little bit when the seamers took the pace off the ball. So Nottinghamshire will learn from that. Zach Chappell, though, coming in for Jake Ball is maybe a plus for Leicestershire, in that Zach, well, he's not as experienced as Ball, and he likes to bang it in, and he's going to have to bowl sensibly, bowl beautifully in the red ball game here, and he knows this ground, of course, but he'll be keen, and Leicestershire will need to take advantage of any short balls that he bowls. But for me, it's probably about 55-45 in favour of the Outlaws, but I think Leicestershire, again, such a star-studded lineup, would have probably settled for that at the start of the innings. Maybe not after 42 for 3 after the power play, but certainly at the start of the innings.
Richard, thank you very, very much indeed. We will be calling Richard for the second innings, the Leicestershire innings, as they chase down 100
Durham. That means they're now on 9 points. Yeah, and that'll do their run rate. On Sunday, there's something to play for. Yeah. Well, if you win this now, you'll finish top whatever, won't you? So you won't. Yeah. Actually, I'm sure they're aware of that.
Yes, indeed. Sorry about that, chaps. I just went to put the kettle on. Absolutely. Yeah, it was a really curious affair, Strings, because Leicestershire opened with the spinners, Callum Parkinson in particular, and they bowled beautifully during the Notts power play. They got a little bit of turn. They prepared a wicket which does a little bit for both the spinners and the seamers. You might as well in the circumstances. And at 42 for 3, when Callum Parkinson bowled the England international Alex Hales with one of the best balls he'll bowl in his career, I would suggest. Hales playing defensively, just got the ball that just turned past his outside edge and clipped the top of off stump. The left arm spinner's perfect delivery. At that stage, the Foxes must have been thinking, well, we can restrict them to around about 140 here, but then there was a partnership of over 100, 102 to be precise, between Tom Moores and Ben Duckett, who played quite beautifully over those 12 overs to rest it back in Nottinghamshire's favour. But 144 then became 144 for 4 when Davis picked up the wicket of Tom Moores slightly fortuitously. It was a wonderful catch by D to Klein deep on the deep backward square boundary, leaping above his head, taking it two-handed. Would certainly have gone for 6 had the South African not clung on. Dan Christian then went first for Gavin Griffiths, as he did the other night against Derbyshire in that disappointing defeat. Bowled beautifully, took the pace off the ball, got a little bit of seam movement, and from overs 16 to 19, Nottinghamshire only scored 8 runs in those overs and lost 3 wickets. So the Foxes bowlers dragged it right back. They got 11 off the last over from Will Davis, although the wicket of Mullaney did fall. But 162 for 7. Is it par? Is it slightly above par? The Foxes have got a good chance, and I think against a Notts lineup like this, you'd take that at the halfway stage every time. I would think he'd be saying something like that. We've already had the news that Durham, who were one place above Leicestershire in the table on the same number of points, have won their game most unexpectedly against Lancashire, and won it at a canter as well, which will have done their net run rate a power of good. It just confirms that the Foxes really do have to win this game, and then probably on Sunday against Lancashire as well. So yeah, this is the season now, really. If it's going to continue until Sunday for another 48 hours, then they have got to get these runs. I will. No COVID. No, nothing. It's a paleo protein bar with just purely fruit, cold sort of crushed fruits. Welcome back to the Fisher County Ground, now bathed in shadow. The sun setting over there to my right. Foxes batsmen preparing for well, their biggest innings of the season in many respects. Nottinghamshire Outlaws are out there. They'll have heard the news that Lancashire have been, well, thrashed by Durham earlier this afternoon. That match has just completed. So if Nottinghamshire win this game, they will finish on top of the North Group, and they will have a home quarter final. So plenty on this for Nottinghamshire, that is for sure. They will want to play on a wicket which they're used to, a pitch that they're used to, a type of pitch that they're used to, and that's what Trent Bridge can offer them. Out come the Foxes' openers, Gareth Delaney, the taller of the two men, Nick Welsh. In just his third game for the Foxes, batted very well here 2 days ago in scoring 32. He disappointed to get out when he did. The point Paul Nixon was making is that you have to go on really and make 32 into a half century. There's a 40 or a 50 even, and Leicestershire would have won that game with some ease. As it is, they went down by 4 runs. So Ahmed Wasim is going to open the bowling for the Outlaws from the Bennett end, and he is going to be bowling to Nick Welch. Looks around him, his men out are at square leg and long on. Left armour comes in and bowls to Welsh, who goes back and cuts pleasantly, but only as far as the man at short third, Matt Carter, familiarly distinctive figure, the tallest man on the Nottinghamshire side, even taller than Hales, I would suggest. In goes Wasim again and bowls, driven pleasantly by Welsh, but a good diving stop. He could be run out here. He went a long way down the wicket, but he's managed to get back. He must have gone certainly halfway down the pitch, was sent back by Delaney, didn't respond to his call at all. I think had Delaney gone straight away, he might have made his ground, but very good feelings. Is that Christian?
Chris Nash.
Chris
Nash, yeah.
Belying his 37 years.
Yeah.
So 2 dot balls and almost a run out. In goes Wasim, bowls and forced off the back foot, but just past the bowler, got his left hand to it, deflected it down towards mid-off, slowed his progress.
In fact, I've sold you a dummy. It is Dan Christian with his. He's got his sleeves down. He doesn't usually. You can normally see the black wristband and everything.
Not that Chris Nash wouldn't have stopped it, but
and also
I'm
Chris.
Pleased to be
also, Chris
right.
Nash is fielding just in front of us here.
I'm pleased to be. I just thought that muscular build.
Yeah.
Those huge forearms. In goes Wasim and bowls, makes room and slogs really Delaney out on the bounce, too long gone. Cleared his left leg away and just clumped it away down to long on. Nothing textbook really about it, but he got to plenty of it. Not quite off the middle. Interesting
field placing, having a long on the first over. They must have had a little bit of a look at these two.
Yeah. Well, they remember Delaney from last time. In goes Wasim and bowls to Welsh, who thick inside part of the bat squirts it out through mid-wicket. In from the boundary, chases Ben Duckett, so it is going to be just the one. They won't have seen much of Welsh, of course, but they had a good look at Delaney last time out. Yeah, and word will get round, won't it?
Yeah.
I'm sure the coaching staff will have had a look at 1 or 2. He's been quite successful. A couple of good half-centuries to his name, Gareth Delaney, so worth having a look where he's hitting areas out, where he likes to hit it. Does like to hit straight, which is good from a young batsman, but
wonder what's gone off here, Rich. The 2 umpires have got together, and this is a fairly lengthy chat about something.
Said, I don't know. Nick Cook had a long chat to umpire Pollard, talking to umpire Mullaney at the moment. Now then, lots of what's going on here, sort of, and a signal to the scorers were.
Stephen Mullaney.
2 men inside. No, they didn't, because 2 men were out.
Yeah, but maybe Mullaney.
Had he retreated out?
Yeah, well, perhaps he just hadn't walked back inside the disc. I'm only going on the body language, Rich, and maybe Mullaney just hadn't walked back inside the discs in time. batters can choose which end.
Which end you want to be. We can hear Nick Cook talking, so
now Dan Christian's getting involved, but from the hand signals, I just wonder if it might not be that, but I just wonder if Stephen Mullaney, because the players do, don't they? When they're fielding on the 30-yard discs, they sort of start off outside and then walk in with the bowler, and just maybe Stephen Mullaney hadn't walked in. It might just be Mullaney who's the shop steward at the moment. Who
it does go into quite a straight line, the circle there, doesn't it? And the umpire Pollard is just outside it, but umpire Cook is showing Dan Christian and Wazim the rules, I think. I'm waiting for see if there's a change to the scoreboard, because would it not be a no ball?
I think it is. I think it's a free hit. I think that's been signalled, but then they had another bit of a conflab and decided that the batting
electronic
side,
scoreboard hasn't changed yet, but umpire Cook is now on the radio to the scorers, so all will become clear, hopefully, shortly, when the electronic scoreboard, which is controlled in the scoreboard,
now is signalling no ball,
changes. So no ball for an extra man outside the circle. In goes, we think, in goes Wazim, and it wasn't a free hit then, because it was defended by Gareth Delaney out into the offside, and nothing has changed on the scoreboard. And now I'm confused. I really am.
No, you've got this, Rich. You've got this. This is your department.
Umpire Cook is now talking to the scorers again, and there is complete confusion out there at the moment. All sorts of hand signals being made by umpire Cook as he talks to the scorers. And nobody seems, with the exception of Nick Cook, quite sure what is going on out there.
Well, it might be that Paul Pollard started all this, the square leg umpire. Maybe it was him that sort of signalled it to Nick Cook. I think it was, in fact. And now Nick Cook's been left to sort it all out. I don't know. I really don't know. You keep looking at me, but I don't know.
In goes Wazim, a couple of steps down the wicket, forced out into the offside by Delaney, but only as far as Dan Christian. And the scoreboard is as confused as the rest. Well, it's gone up to 8 without loss from 3. 5 penalty runs have been awarded to Leicestershire. The scoreboard has now changed. 5 penalty runs were awarded to Leicestershire in that over. Is that
I don't know.
The extra man in the circle, because that's what the offence was, we think. Mullaney had crept out of the circle, so there were 3 men out of the circle at the moment of delivery, and that would seem to have triggered 5 penalty runs for the Foxes.
Well, is it 5 penalty runs and a no ball?
Well, it wasn't a no ball.
He was signalling no ball, I'm sure he was.
But a no ball didn't go on. A no ball wasn't added to the score.
I tell you what,
five penalty runs were added.
I'm going to leave this with you, and I'm going to watch Samit Patel, something I'm more familiar with. Played his 100th consecutive game last night. So here we go, start of the next little run, and it begins with a boundary off his bowling. He just tossed it up there. I think the breeze has picked up a little bit as he moved in. You can see his flannels billowing a little bit, but it's swept away nicely by Welsh, who gets a boundary. I'm sure we'll get some notification from the Leicestershire media department any second now, Rich, so you'll be able to inform the listeners as Patel comes in. And this time it's just held back, I fancy, a little by Samit Patel, just slightly slower, and Welsh could only help it into the offside, and there's no run. So not starting with
clarification, but that I'm pretty sure is what has happened.
Spin at both ends. Patel bowls a reverse sweep, this time by Welsh, but can't beat the field. Notts have got 4 in a row on the offside. Zach Chappell down below us at long off. It's one of the 2 fielders outside the ring, and is bowled in behind his legs. Welsh goes down on one knee, trying to hit it away into the open spaces on the leg side, and he's been bowled behind his legs by Samit Patel. And although you've got a burning desire to get on with things, especially in the power play overs, the mayhem and confusion at the start there certainly didn't help either side. But Nick Welsh might just have had a moment or two to just sort of assess Samit Patel and just work it away and get the board going, play himself in, but he's gone for a big shot, he's taken a risk, and he's paid the price.
I think one of Paul Nixon and the coaching staff's big problems about the defeat to Derbyshire last time out, and in previous games as well, was the number of dot balls that Leicestershire have conceded, if that's the right word, in their batting innings. There were 42 of them against Derbyshire, which is 7 overs out of 20 overs, dot balls. And hence he's been stressing the importance to the openers of keeping the scoreboard moving, not too many dot balls in the power play, and young Welsh paid the price of trying to get on with it.
New man is Aaron Lilly, who had
my goodness, right.
a good time of things at Trent Bridge last year in that shortened game, 11 overs aside or whatever it was, and Lilly's away first ball, punching this to long off. And in comes the throw. Well, all's well that ends well for Leicestershire, but Lilly turned and set off and was halfway down for his second, whereas partner Delaney wasn't interested, but he was able to get back. What news do you have? What is the reports from on high?
The 5 penalty runs were awarded because a Notts player made, quote, a deliberate attempt to distract the striker.
13 for 1 is Samit Patel in and bowls, and nice looking push into the offside. It's picked up by Christian. I don't think he had it cleanly in his fingers. You can pick a ball up but just not have it right in your hand, able to throw it, and I think that was the occasion there. End of the over. It's a successful one for Samit Patel with the wicket. 14 for 1 after 2 overs. The Foxes earlier not scored 162 for 7.
Well, that might be something new indeed. I haven't come across any incidents of that.
No.
Certainly not in any games in which I've been commentating, but not elsewhere either.
I don't think I've ever seen an umpire produce sheets out of his pocket and start, look, this is where it says it. Yeah.
Was it Mulaney? It seemed to be. Wasim is in from the pavilion end, and he's struck back a huge blow over his head onto the roof of the Turner Indoor Centre. It bounces back down, but goodness me, Gareth Delaney just stood and delivered there. He tossed it up. Wasim and Delaney needed no second invitation. Hit it as straight as an arrow back over his head, high onto the roof of the stand.
If Notts win this game, and I know that's a long way off at the moment, they win the group, because Durham have defeated Lancashire by 74 runs. Lancashire 83 all out. Quite extraordinary, that much vaunted batting unit.
Wasim in again and waiting for it. Cut away by Gareth Delaney, and it's Carter who's going in pursuit. He should pull it back. For goodness me, he almost made a Horlicks of it. He did manage to drag it back in the end. He didn't really seem to be gaining on it for quite a long time. Delaney picks up 3 in the end. Fox is 23 for 1. It is all happening out there.
Not starting spin first 3 overs. It's cricket, but not as we used to know it.
Wasim in again. This time Lilly just dabs it down only as far as Carter, who's at that short third man position. And here's off the mark off his first ball. So 11 off 7 for Gareth Delaney, 2 off 2 for Lilly. 24 for 1 Leicestershire. Wasim is in. Bowl thick inside edge, just past leg stump. A good diving, tumbling stop, but not quite a full stop by Chris Nash. Just deflected the ball away to his right, but he did save probably 3 runs. It would have run away down the slope, down towards fine leg for 4. So just a single to Delaney. Lilly this time gets a delivery from Wasim that he tries to drive out into the offside. It's a bit too straight for that. Ends up just guiding it almost out into the covers. Single taken. Well, somebody must have spoken out of turn. I can only assume that is the effort to distract is saying something. In goes Wasim and bowls. Couple of steps down. The wicket should be caught by Carter. Is Delaney outside edge. Sliced it in the air. Straight down Carter's throat. A simple catch. And they still look a bit nonplussed out there,
Yeah.
Notts, don't they? As if they can't quite understand what had happened previously. However, what we can definitely say has happened is that they have picked up their second wicket. Gareth Delaney, having struck that huge six off the very first ball of Wasim's over, perishes to the last ball caught by Carter.
Yes, the two umpires together. There's a lot of pointing and doing. Paul Pollard.
Well, he must have initiated it, as you say.
Yeah.
I'm sure it was Pollard who
Well, he called Nick Cook over, didn't he?
Yeah.
And
said that.
then Stephen Mullaney just seemed to be,
Well, he was
having
the man
more than
there,
just a
wasn't
gentle
he?
little chat with Paul Pollard. There was a, I'm not going to say there was any dissent, because there wasn't. He was probably just as confused as everybody else. But Stephen Mullaney, the arm gestures were, to suggest a bit of a shrug. Well, it'll all come out in the wash, no doubt. The new man out there in the middle is Ackerman.
Should be Ackerman.
Yeah. Just quickly, it is the end of the over, by the way. The results today: wins for Surrey, Kent and Sussex in the South Group, and Durham have defeated Lancashire in the North Group, a game that started at 4 o'clock. Here's Samit Patel to start the fourth over, bowling to Lilly, who blocks this one. 26 for 2, the Foxes. Notts lost 3 wickets in the power play. Foxes have already lost a couple. There's a push and a run from Aaron Lilly. Means Ackerman's down to the business end. He'll take guard, and that'll take a moment or two. Lilly's gone on to 3. The other games then in the Central Group: Northants 140 for 9, Somerset 19 without loss after 2, Glamorgan 45 for 1 after 5 overs, and Birmingham 45 without loss after 5 against Worcestershire. Next one hit back to Patel, fields off his own bowling. Games all starting at different times and what have you, but by the end of the evening the tables will be worth a scan on the BBC Sport website as Patel bowls, and he struck Ackerman on the pad. There was a strangled appeal. They'll go through for, to say, one leg by, but there's no signal from Paul Pollard, so obviously a little bit of bat involved, and Ackerman is away, his first run.
Well, Wisden are going to want to know the details of that.
Well, you can tell him, Rich, you're all over it, as Patel bowls. Attempted reverse by Lilly, and don't know if he got anything on it at all, or almost trapped it under his boot, but Tom Moores had to pick the ball up almost at the side of the stumps. Samit Patel doing a good job here. Last ball of the over was a full toss, but he fields off his own bowling nicely, Patel, and he's through 2 overs, 1 for 8 here, and the Foxes 28 for 2, like Notts earlier on. They're just struggling to get any early momentum in the innings. 28 for 2. We've had 2 overs from Imad Wasim, 1 for 15, 2 overs from Samit Patel, 1 for 8, and now we're going to switch things up a little bit with some Zach Chappell from the Bennett end.
There can't be many such penalties that have been imposed in the past, because it dates only back as far as 2017, when there was a change to the laws of cricket. I think.
I've just been sent something. Hang on, I'll read it in a second. If you have a look at Zach Chappell.
Alright, just 2 from that Patel over then. Chappell down the slope from the Bennett end. Bowls to Colin Ackerman wide down the leg side, and it didn't get anything on it, Ackerman.
Notts have tweeted 5 penalty runs have been awarded as Stephen Mullaney was adjudged to have simulated an attempt to slide and grab the ball.
How can that be distracting the striker, though?
Well, making him think he'd got the ball when he hadn't.
Yeah, but he played the shot. In goes Chappell and bowls and turned off the hip. Beautiful piece of timing by Ackerman, and that's probably... Oh, Duckett does brilliantly. Dives away to his right to make the stop. Had to make a lot of ground there, and then a very good throw as well. So excellent work down there on the wide long leg / deep backward square boundary by Duckett. Saves 2 runs. Ackerman picks up a couple, moves on to 3, 31 for 2.
I do recall either this winter or the winter before that something was brought in about simulation, not allowed to do it.
In goes Chappell, bowls straight this time and full. Ackerman almost replicating the sort of helicopter type flourish, but without quite the same flourish as played with Tom Moores. Manages to jam the ball back down the pitch to his former teammate, and there is no run. Yeah, he did sort of slide and make as though, but did he actually... He didn't simulate a throw as such. In goes Chappell and bowls. Ackerman slashes it out into the offside. It was slightly short from Chappell, and a horizontal bat from Ackerman. He tried to muscle it away between extra cover and mid-off. Didn't get it past mid-off. Has to pick up just a single.
Yeah, thanks to everybody that's just sort of cottoned on to what Notts had tweeted. It's a little bit fast and furious here, but yeah, that seems to be what it is. Many thanks to everybody. But aside it all, Jim Metcalf, amidst the chaos, can I just say that Samet is bowling absolutely beautifully? You can, Jim.
Yes,
thank you.
We can concentrate on cricket now instead of, hopefully, deliberate attempts to distract the striker. Well, that's a first for me. Know a little bit more about it next time. In goes Zach Chappell and bowls to Aaron Lilly. Looks to tuck him away off the legs. I don't think he got anything on it. Came off the pad, yes. Umpire Cook signals accordingly. It's picked up by Moores, running across to square leg from behind the stumps. Single taken.
I think if you were the man I know you to be, you'd have already have found it on the live stream and gone back and had another look.
Yeah, well, the replays, I don't think it's actually put it up amongst the replays.
No,
it's as confused as...
Well, it might not be on if it...
We were. No, because it was just a sort of relatively normal event. In goes Chappell and bowl clipped away on the leg side. This time Duckett's going to get nowhere near. It was short. It was up onto the hip. There is no long leg, and Ackerman was not going to miss out. Poor delivery from Chappell, especially with the field that he has at the moment, and this was the risk from Nottinghamshire's point of view.
Too much of a link to read right now, Andrew, but thanks very much. He sent a link to an article about why the new fake fielding law is relevant, it's called. Thanks, Andrew. There's clearly plenty to read up on this, but we've not come across it before.
Chappell is in again. It's onto leg stump, this time not quite as short, so Ackerman can only turn it round the corner, and Nash, moving across from short fine leg to short long leg, makes the stop. End of the over. The 5th over of Leicestershire's innings. 38 for 2 is the score. At this stage, Nottinghamshire 35 for 2. Yeah. So 10 off the over, but the 2 wickets the Foxes, this is a key partnership, the 2 wickets the Foxes have lost, they don't have the batting depth that Nottinghamshire have. These two need to do what Moores and Duckett did for Nottinghamshire, one fields.
Yeah, the 4 overs of spin didn't give an awful lot away, but Zach Chappell going for 10. That will just help, I'm sure, Dan Christian to utilise all 3 of his spinners to the full, and also Stephen Mullaney taking pace off the ball. Imad Wasim is going to come on for a 3rd over. 3 out of the initial 6. He's 2 overs 1 for 15. The men out: Delaney for 12 and Welsh for 6. Wasim and Patel with the wickets. Here is Imad Wasim. Bowls. This one's clipped away on the leg side. That's a beautiful shot. Lovely clean pick-up for 6 runs by Ackerman. What a way to start the over. Lifts it high over mid-wicket. And the Foxes are up to 44 for 2 in the 6th over. At the end of the 6th, Notts were 42 for 3. So already Leicestershire are ahead.
Ackerman in the mood, it seems. Just 150 in the competition so far, that against Yorkshire here.
There's Wazim in again. The Welsh-born spinner has been helped away again for 4 more. He took the aerial route there. Ackerman wasn't out of the middle, but clearly got a lot of bat on it. Darren says, Dave, it wouldn't surprise me if these umpires are invited to join the Sage Committee after this performance. Well, we'll not go there, Darren, but nice of you to be with us this evening. 48 for 2.
It's just a whiff of the top edge about that, and
there was, yeah,
from Ackerman, but he got enough of it.
There's Wazim in again, bowls, and he's gone for a vigorous leg side pull to a ball that was pushed through a little bit by Imad Wazim. Clearly, if
seems to be getting the turn that Parkinson got, but he's bowling a bit flatter.
Bowls, and this one's just paddled away, and it will go away for 4 more, beating the dive of Chris Nash. 3rd boundary of the over. Just a final thing on it for now. I mean, the umpires are out there to uphold the regulations, and if there was an infringement, then absolutely right to penalise Notts. Suspect we might hear a little more of it about it afterwards, though. 52 for 2, the 50 up. As the power play overs coming to an end, and it's going to be 4 more. Might be a leg bye. It's gone down the leg side, and it is 4 leg byes. Umpire Pollard just raising his knee and tapping it in the direction of the scorers. This is a really, really important over for the Foxes. 16 from it, and still a ball to come.
18. 6-4.4.
Oh, it's a 6. Yep. It's a good job on that. Next ball is push and run. Oh, the only thing wrong with that push and run is that only one of them were running. That was Ackerman. Lily sent him back. So the over does come to an end. 56 for 2, so 18 from it. Now Notts can send 3 more fielders outside the ring to protect the ropes, but they are going to need to break this partnership, so they have got to apply a little bit of pressure somewhere along the line. It's going to be another over of spin as Matt Carter prepares to come on for the first time, bowl the 7th over.
Well, Lilly ran out Ackerman up at Durham, called him for a really risky run, and Ackerman just sort of kept running to the pavilion without running back, but can't afford to do that on this occasion. They've made a good start to the chase, the Foxes. Remember, they need 163 to beat the Outlaws. Carter is going to come around the wicket, and he's got everybody out on the leg side with the exception of Nash at short fine leg. In he goes and bowls to Lilly, who clips it hard down into the ground on the onside, but the tall Carter just reaches out and just plucked it out of the air. Almost felt like mid-wicket. Down the pitch goes Lilly, lofts it high into the air, and it's gone all the way. You heard the sound of ball on Turner Indoor Centre. Almost. Fine hit from Aaron Lilly. Dangerous partnership for the Outlaws as Dave goes to update BBC Radio Nottingham. Carter is in. Again, drops a little bit short and flatter this time onto the leg side. Turned by Lilly. Out to deep backward square. Single taken. Lilly on to 10 off. Sorry, I beg your pardon, on to 11 off 11. Ackerman has 23 off 13. An evening breeze finally starts to stir the trees as Carter goes in, drops short, pulled by Ackerman, but only as far as deep mid-wicket. Duckett gets his throwaway on the bounce, 2 more. Single taken. 64 for 2. Foxes at the moment in control. In goes Carter, a couple of steps down the wicket by Lilly, then defends the ball out into the offside. Christian picks it up and then just tosses it back to Carter as Lilly quickly retreats back into his ground. Carter is in again, just outside off stump, chopped down towards short third man, and they're going to pick up an extra run here, the Foxes, because the throw that came in from, I think it was Wazim, could have been Patel, the two quite close together. Missed Moores, and with the fielders on the leg side out on the boundary coming chasing in, there was time for the Leicestershire batsmen, well, to complete a second run. Despite both sprinting the first, they had time to get back up the other end. 66 for 2, 10 off the over from Carter. And at the moment, spin not really doing it for Nottinghamshire. Are they going to go to a little bit of seam? They are at last. Dan Christian is going to bring himself back on. First ball, duck, a golden duck when he batted for Christian. Can he make up for it with the ball? In he comes to the right-handed Ackerman, outside off stump, crashed away, square driven by Ackerman, and not picked up cleanly out there on the in the end, the backward point boundary by the time the fielder got to it. So 2 taken by Ackerman. He moves on to 26, 68 for 2. The Foxes seemingly intent on not making the same mistake that they made against Derbyshire when chasing. Left it too late. Not this time, they're saying. In goes Christian and bowls a slower ball hit in the air, but it's going to drop short of mid-wicket. Gets to it on the second bounce. Duck it. Good slower ball from Christian. Tried to pull it away. Slightly top-edged it. Ackerman bounced a long way short, though, of Duckett, a good 5 yards or so, as he came chasing in from the deep mid-wicket boundary. The sun setting over the top of the meet. Glorious sight behind the trees over there. Floodlights starting to take full effect, therefore. Players casting 6 shadows as in goes Christian and bowls. Drops it short deliberately into the wicket, but a beautiful piece of placement by Aaron Lee. Sees the ball cross the ropes at mid-wicket, bisected the two fielders. Slower balls are okay, but if they drop short, the batsman certainly has time to adjust, and Lilly did so on that occasion. Picks up 4, moves on to 17 off 14 balls. Chasing along the Foxes here. They're on 73 for 2. 89 needed now. 190 needed. 163 the target. I should have been able to work that one out. Christian has a word with Mullaney. There's a few hands on hips out there. The Outlaws side, they look a bit nonplussed by this. In goes Christian, bowls, drops short outside off stump. It wasn't a slower ball, but Lilly waited for it and then just chopped it down towards wide third man. Samit Patel, the fielder, single taken. 74 for 2. Run rate at the moment is 9.7. The required rate is 7.2. Christian tosses the ball from hand to hand. Not so far unbeaten in the T20 competition this season. Christian runs away from us. Bowls short and straightish this time, and Ackerman just bobs at the knees and lets it go past. In front of his chin, almost just outside off stump, taken by Moores. Christian has a word with umpire Pollard, but just at the moment, not a very happy side Notts looking out there. 74 for 2. Mullaney hands the ball to Dan Christian, who turns, comes in to finish his over from the pavilion end. Bowls short and just waiting for it. Ackerman dabs it down towards fine third man, who gets to the ball, running across to his left in front of the Turner indoor centre. Single taken by Ackerman. He keeps the strike, moves on to 27 from 17, 74 for 2, so 8 runs from the over. Remember the rate required, now down to 7.3, 75 for 2, I beg your pardon, 9 from the over. The electronic scoreboard a little bit slow on that occasion.
88 then required from 12 overs. Dan Christian's first over going for 9. Only taken 1 wicket so far in the competition. He has bowled 1 or 2 very tidy spells, but just the 1 wicket. He's gone for 160 runs so far, so does need to pick up a wicket or 2, bring that average down. Looks as if Zach Chappell is going to bowl the 9th over. His earlier one went for 10 runs. They're bowling to the Foxes skipper Ackerman, who's leading from the front here, 28 from 18.
Yeah, looks very determined today, Ackerman.
Floodlights burning brightly. Here comes Chappell from the Bennett end. Tall athletic figure, bowls, chopped away on the offside. Should only be a single. Out there is Joe Clark, bounces the ball into Tom Moores, and they take just one. Ackerman on to 29, brings Aaron Lilly back onto strike on 18. Nick Welsh out in the second over, bowled by Samit Patel for 6, and then Gareth Delaney fell in the following over, caught by Matt Carter off the bowling of Wazim for 12. But in between those 2 wickets, the major talking point, I guess, and Notts were docked 5 runs, penalised 5 runs for an act of simulation in the field. Chappell's bowls down the leg side, helped on its way for 4 runs. That was pretty much a help yourself delivery. If he hadn't got a bat on it, it would have been a leg side wide, but really wasn't going to miss out there. It just sat up, didn't it, down the leg side. Nicely played. And the Foxes up to 80 for 2. They have given Notts problems over the years, of course. That 2006 final, which was played at Trent Bridge that year, finals day. The Foxes winning it. Here's Chappell into Lilly. Big hit down the ground. That's going to go all the way as well. Lovely clean ball striking from Aaron Lilly. That's woke 1 or 2 up in the media centre. Clattering into the glass, I fancy, at the far end. 86 for 2. That was a meaty blow. 6 all the way. In fact, if you could give 8, that was an 8.
There's a few gathered on Milligan Road watching from behind the bars out there, and they're enjoying this at the moment.
Over the years, there's only been 5 batsmen that have scored centuries against Notts, and 4 of them have been Leicestershire players. Brad Hodge, Jim Allenby, Greg Smith and Cameron Delport. 86 for 2. Here's Chappell. Lilly's on 26. Bowls to me down the leg side. Slower ball. Tom Moores has underarmed it towards the stumps. Surely that's a leg side wide. Umpire Cook, did he get anything on it? Not with the naked eye he didn't, but Nick Cook is about 80 yards closer to the action, maybe more than I am.
Just a flick to the leg, the thigh pad of Lilly there. Got away with it, Chappell.
Took pace off the ball, and as a consequence he dragged it down the leg side. He's in again and bowls, and that would have gone down the leg side had Lilly not got a bat on it. Just a single this time. Over going the way of the Foxes at the moment. 12 from it with 1 ball left. 87 for 2 in pursuit of a victory target of 162 for 7. 3 wickets to Will Davis earlier in the evening. Notts win, they win the group. They're still in a good position to win the group, even if they lose this one, but it's all mathematically done and dusted, as this is dropped on the leg side by Ackerman for a single. 88 for 2. The other thing obviously they're fiercely proud of is the unbeaten record. No side since Surrey in 2004 has gone through the group undefeated, and that year 2004 was remember when they only played they were in groups of 6 and they only played 5 games. So it's incredible to think that since then there's not one single side that has gone through the qualifying competition undefeated, and Notts can do that with a win tonight and then in their last game against Durham on Sunday. But the Foxes right now, you would say, are very much in the box seat.
22 off Chappell's 2 overs, 13 off that one. We may or may not see him again. I would suggest not in the immediate future. Anyway, Stephen Mullaney is going to come on from the pavilion end. Moores,
I guess it depends on the success of others, Rich.
Yeah, I think, I'd be very surprised if we saw him in the next couple of overs. Anyway, in goes Mullaney and bowls. Gentle delivery, little bit of shape as he bowls to Ackerman. Straightish and pushed out towards Long Gone, who meets it on the edge of the circle, coming running in.
was man of the match here one year in a televised game. I think it was 2012, and I'm fairly sure Leicestershire win it in 2011, and the opening game to the 2012 campaign was a live televised game here, and Mulaney just ran through the Foxes that evening, 4 for spit, as they say, and took the man of the match award, and the defending champions were dethroned.
In goes Mulaney, bowls, fullish delivery just outside of some, waits for it Lily and guides it out into the offside, content with a single, 90 for 2. The batsman almost level pegging. Lily has 30 of 20, Ackerman 31 of 21. Ackerman back on strike as Mulaney is in and bowls outside off stump, cut hard down into the ground, but only as far as Samit Patel at backward point on the edge of the circle.
LBW appeals are going to be interesting from this end, aren't they, with Mulaney bowling and umpire Pollard standing.
Mulaney is in again, bowls a little bit short of the ideal length, and Ackerman back in his stumps can turn it into the onside and in fact pick up 2 because he deliberately played it gently enough for long on to have a long chase in from that position out down to almost to the edge of the circle, and he ran well with Lily. They both went for 2 from the start and made it pretty comfortably. Mulaney in again, bowls and looking to drive, hits it hard down into the ground there. Ackerman wasn't the straightest of bats, slightly cross-batted, and he examines the bottom of the bat, makes sure it isn't cracked. It was fielded by the bowler in his follow-through. 92 for 2 to win 71. Mulaney is in, just holds that one back and reaching forward. Ackerman guides it out towards backward point. Carter, I think it is, comes in and fields, and it is just a single on that occasion. So end of the over, 93 for 2, a better over in terms of economy rates from the Nottinghamshire Outlaws. Just the 5 runs from it from Stephen Mulaney get a little bit of control back on the scoreboard, but the Foxes, after 10 overs, are 93 for 2 at this stage. Nottinghamshire was 69 for 3.
Yeah, 70 required from 60 balls by Leicestershire Foxes. Lily has 30, Ackerman has 34. Harry Dearden doing next, and George Rhodes, Lewis Hill, Callum Parkinson, Dieter Klein. And the Foxes will dearly hope they don't get down as far as Will Davis and Gavin Griffiths. They'll want this pair to take them a long way down the road towards the win. Going to be Captain Christian to bowl the 11th over from the Bennett end. Christian's first over went for 9. So captain to captain, Australian to bowl to South African. It's getting a little chilly now at the Fisher County ground. Some lovely skies though away to our right. Lots of pinks and oranges there as the sun sets. Here comes Christian in down the leg side. Well taken by Moores, but that'll have to be re-bowled. Just slipped down there by Dan Christian. Not quite got the radar locked on yet. One more to the total and another ball to be bowled. It's a delivery for Leicestershire County Cricket Club. Just arrived at the Milligan Road gates, but unfortunately that means that some of those spectators have just had to move out of the way whilst they can take the delivery. Here is Christian in again. Oh, this one's even further down the leg side. There might just been a little bit of quiet blaspheming under his breath there from Dan Christian. It also didn't come out as he would have wished. So a couple of gift runs for the home side. Christian winning the toss, opting to bat first. A couple of half centuries for Notts. Here's Christian. Oh, 3 in a row. 3 in a row.
Well, the over hasn't started.
Well, it looks like a hat-trick on the board because it says WW, and in a moment it will say W again. But it's not the sort of W that Notts need right now. Little
W's, not big ones.
Yes. What website is he looking for here, Dan Christian? www. Lock the radar on. Nice and full. He's bowling a full length, but he's just not quite getting the line right. Here he comes. Can he spear one in? He can, and push and run up to mid-off. So he finds his target.
Doesn't look a happy man, does he?
97 for 2.
He isn't a happy man.
I've seen these games turn around thanks to a moment of brilliance, or a moment of ill fortune, or good fortune, whichever way you see it. And Notts do know how to close out games, and they know how to leap all over the opposition if there is a mistake. Lily's on strike. Just needs to keep on doing what he is doing. That's well stopped by Christian. Committed to the cause. He saved some runs there. Might even have saved 4. Dropping down quickly to block that drive.
We saw it. It takes new batsmen a few balls just to adjust to the pace of the pitch. And if you're looking for runs, then that is a big problem. We've had one huge partnership of a century. This one is over 50 now. A long way.
97 for 2. Here comes Christian. In once more, bowls, and this one's hit back past him, and this one does go for 4. That's where the previous one was heading for, until Dan Christian was able to cut it off, but not on this occasion. Hammered back low and very, very quickly indeed by Aaron Lilly, who is now within 1 of his skipper. Lilly has 34, Ackerman 35, and the Foxes are 110 for 2 in the 11th over in pursuit of 163. It's theirs to lose, as I say. Firm favourites here, and Notts need that moment of inspiration from somebody.
That was a phrase used against Derbyshire a few days ago, much too. And they did lose it, so Leicestershire supporters will not be counting any chickens.
Lessons learned maybe from that one. There's Christian in again, bowls, and this one's the aerial route, and this might be the end of Aaron Lilly, and it should be the safe hands of Alex Hales to gobble it up at long on, and it is, and Notts do get the wicket. And now Dan Christian can, you can see he's getting them all together. Come on in, fellas, let's have a little bit of a chat. Let's just have a think about the battle plan from here on in, and just see if we can't work our way back into putting some pressure on the Foxes. Splendid knock from Aaron Lilly, 110 for 3 when he goes, and now there is a proper large W on the scoreboard. The over that began with 3 wides has now featured a wicket. The safe hands of Alex Hales at long on, pouching that one.
Well, while Ackerman is there, Leicestershire will still be reasonably confident. They could have done with a few more overs of Aaron Lilly with a bat in his hand. His 34 came off 23 balls, and he was therefore striking at just about 150. Ackerman has 35 off 26, and he's been joined by Harry Dearden. Now Dearden, interesting position for him, because he finished against Derbyshire with Leicestershire didn't chase down a reasonable target there, and they had 6 wickets in hand, with Dearden finishing on 36 not out, and sort of shouldering a bit of the blame, if blame there was, for Leicestershire not getting across the line. So he will feel.
He did tweet an apology, didn't he? I saw that. Now you've mentioned it. Here's Christian then. They did cross, ball was in the air, so Ackerman on strike, and they take a single as Ackerman, the Foxes skipper, just plays it down on the offside. Scamper through. We'll add 1 more to the total.
He will feel he wants to redeem himself, I'm sure. There's an opportunity to do that.
102 for 3. Like I said, it was 110 for 3. It's not, it's 102 for 3.
Long held over. 8 balls so far, but a wicket. Is that going to be the key delivery?
So we've got left-handed Harry Dearden out there. It's a left-hander's game earlier on. A couple of half-centurions in the Outlaws ranks. Ben Duckett, who's just been put back into the slip cordon, and Tom Moore stood next to him. There's Christian in to bowl. Edged. Oh, and he's dropped it. Oh, that was almost the perfect captaincy by Dan Christian. popped Ben Duckett in there at slip. It's edged by Dearden, straight to Duckett, went quickly off the toe of the bat, but at very comfortable catchable height. It was just the pace, I think, on it that made Duckett spill it, but down it goes, and that could have been a really big moment.
Yeah, I mean, it was travelling, but not as quickly as it might have been. There was a bit of a loop there as well. Yeah, was that the key moment? Goodness me. What an extraordinary over that was. Starting with 3 wides, a wicket.
Yes, he was nearly dismissed from the 9th
wickets.
ball, wasn't he?
Yeah, nearly 2 wickets. And that could have been key moment. Well, let's see what happens. 102 for 3 after 11. At this stage, Nottinghamshire 74 for 3, so the Fox is still well ahead of the game as Mullaney comes in from the pavilion end and bowls to Ackerman onto his legs, hits the pad, bounces out towards square leg. I think will be signalled a leg by, is signalled a leg by umpire Pollard. 103 for 3, 60 to win from 8.5 overs.
It's not often a captain gets it absolutely spot on like that, though it was a bizarre over from Captain Christian, as you said, but just to bring somebody in as a slip for the last ball of the over, and it's edged straight to him.
Straight in the chest and out again. Mullaney is in, just swings in a little bit towards Harry Dearden, who tries to force it away drive it away on the leg side, thick inside part of the bat. The ball trickles out to Patel, who's at a short mid-wicket, a single saving mid-wicket. Mullaney with a familiar run is in and bowls and scooped, and is he going to be caught? Dearden, he is caught. The scoop has not worked today. There is no pace in the pitch for the shot. The batsman who tried to play it, Christian earlier and now Dearden, have been caught because the ball has just looped up behind, and Moore's made good ground there to get to the ball, but he is quick and agile, and he got there, and 2 wickets in 2 overs for the Outlaws. And is the game swinging back? The pendulum certainly feels as though it is. While Ackerman is there, Leicestershire will remain confident-ish, but not with wickets falling at the other end.
I was just about to say, not so firm outsiders, but if they are going to get back in this, Stephen Mullaney will play a major role. And I didn't get the words out of my mouth before he took the wicket. He is the one who's going to mix it up, taking pace off the ball. Will be bowling slower and slower and slower, and if Leicestershire allow him to settle into that line and length, and if he's allowed to bowl his full 4 overs and get in a little bit of rhythm here, then Mullaney could really put the brakes on this innings. Well, he has got a wicket, and so far in this over he has put the brakes on.
Directing traffic now. George Rhodes was the man at the other end when Leicestershire failed to get across the line. I think he scored 30 not out. In goes Mullaney and bowls to Rhodes. A couple of steps down the wicket, tries to deflect it down to find third man. Might have got a little edge on it. It bounced short of Moore's, so we won't know. It was a dot ball, but looked to me to be a little deflection there.
Do you know, I like Tom Moore standing up to Stephen Mullaney, but had he been standing up, of course, then
if he edged it,
but also the scoop of Dearden I was referring to would have gone over his head.
Yep. He pays your money. In goes Mullaney and bowls one of those lovely little swinging deliveries, and confused slightly Rhodes as it swung from middle towards off, just ends up pushing it out towards mid-wicket, where Wasim claps his hands having picked up the ball.
He's on for a wicket made, and now I've said that, of course there'll be runs from this final ball, but it's certainly not over so far.
Mullaney in bowls, and it is a wicket made, and well bowled Stephen Mullaney, because he squared Rhodes up there. All the Leicestershire batsman could do was shovel it back down the pitch towards Mullaney, who's still got the air of a man who's been unfairly treated. There's something about the way he's moving, isn't there, that he's still in dudgeon, which, if not high, is high-ish. End of the over. 103 for 4 after 12. 88 for 3 at this stage. But the gap is narrowing.
Yes, that was the over that Notts needed. Samit Patel, who we haven't seen for quite some time. He's only bowled the one over, Samet. That was the second over of the innings, and he got rid of Nick Welsh, who attempted something rather extravagant and lost his leg stump.
Now depends on Ackerman.
103 for 4. Here's Patel bowling to him, and Ackerman can't get a run here. Playing well away from his body, just runs it out onto the offside. It's just a little bit of a feel out there that not sense they're still in this, and again they won't get a run. They'd gone quiet, hadn't they? But probably here on the effects microphone, they're all geeing each other up now. They're full of it, and Dan Christian, with those 2 wickets, obviously has had the chance to get them together. A little bit of a huddle as they've had a drink and sanitised their hands, and it just got them motivated again. There's a single chopped to backward point.
Again, there was confusion between the 2 batsmen.
A little bit of shall we, shan't we?
Oh, Ackerman looking for Rhodes to call.
Notts need to keep, if they can't get Ackerman out, they need him at the non-striker's end and need to keep putting pressure on the other players, those that are new to the crease, that are unfamiliar with the conditions this evening right now. Obviously they've all played here many times before, but it's never easy coming to the crease as Rhodes gets off the mark with something out of his particular draw, marked innovative. Goes down and just scoops it away behind Moores.
44 balls remaining, 58 to win.
Next ball wide of the off stump, and that will bring a boundary. It away firmly on the offside, and it will go for 4. That's not what was needed on this particular occasion. A little bit of width offered from Samit Patel, and Ackerman, it was a low risk shot really from Ackerman. It was so far away from his body he could drive it into the offside.
And it was a half volley as well, really. Juicy one.
You know, I'm sure he'll not be taking the aerial route because he knows so much depends on him. As Patel is in, and again a push into the offside for a single. Take the 4, take the boundary, keep the strike. That was nicely played from the Foxes captain. A better over, and Samit Patel is now 3 overs, 1 for 15. Still very good figures, but 7 came from that one, which is just about what the Foxes require if they're going to get over the line. They need 53 now from 7 overs.
Mullaney will continue. At the moment sitting on figures of 2-1-5-1. You do not often pronounce anything other than a 0 in the maidens column in T20.
No, I'm fairly sure it's the first maiden bowl by a Notts bowler this particular campaign in this competition.
Now, are we happy that Moores is standing up to the wicket, Dave Bracegirdle?
He is.
Are we happy about it, though? In goes Mullaney and bowls, and back on his stumps goes Ackerman. Turns his wrists on one as he plays it firmly. Rhodes is calling for the second, going to make his ground comfortably enough as in from long on. Loped rather than sprinted Matt Carter. When you're that tall, it's quite difficult to get the old levers churning as quickly as you'd like. It is Carter down there, isn't it?
It is, yeah. No, this is Alex Hales, I beg your pardon.
I was going to say, they're the two of...
Yeah.
Hales is the sort of specialist long gone, isn't he? Carter's at short third. They are both very tall men. Mullaney is in and bowling to Ackerman. Well bowled, straightish ball, but a little bit of swing, outswing, middle towards off, and Ackerman just stands and plays it back down the pitch to Mullaney. Dave off to update, excuse me, BBC Radio Nottingham as Mullaney turns and bowls a foolish delivery, waiting for it, clipped out towards Hales by Ackerman, more firmly this time, so it will just be a single. 113 for 4 means it's around 50 to win for the Foxes. 39 balls remain though. Rhodes looks around him. Just a single to Rhodes from 4 balls faced. Moores now standing back, capless. In goes Mullaney, bowls, and in the air, it's chipped into the air. He's going to be caught. Rhodes is caught by Wasim and sent on his way by Mullaney, who picks up another wicket. Goodness me, what a potentially match-changing spell. What it is, a match-changing spell in many respects already by Stephen Mullaney. He's now got 2 for 8 from 2.4 overs as Rhodes is the latest Foxes batsman to make his way back to the pavilion. 113 for 5, Leicestershire. Now, to be honest, they're still seething out there. They're still look to me like a team that's just struggling to put what happened earlier in the game behind them. 5 penalty runs for deliberate attempt to distract the striker, and I think they clearly feel that that was an injustice, but at the moment they're on their way, if it was an injustice, towards repairing it, because they've reduced Leicestershire to 113 for 5, having been, not so very long ago, 102 for 2. So 3 wickets have fallen and just 11 runs have been added. Mullaney in to Ackerman, the batsman having crossed, bowls. Ackerman just waits for it, turns it down towards short third. The throw hits, but it is not out because the reasonably speedy Hill had made his ground. Good effort from Samit Patel, quickly onto the ball, and his throw knocked out the stump, the leg stump. But Hill is one of the quicker of the Leicestershire batsmen between the wickets and had made his ground with some time to spare. Mullaney, 1 ball left, 2 for 9 from his 2.5 overs. Now all sorts of changes being made to the field by the Outlaws for the new man Lewis Hill. Mullaney trots in, bowls. Hill outside off stump, cuts it hard past Patel. It's going to be a long chase along the boundary for Chappell, gets to it, gets his throw away. Hill was anxious for a third. Ackerman sent him back. So 2 from the final ball of Mullaney's third over, 2 for 11 for him. Now 116 for 5 after 14. Leicestershire at this stage, Nottinghamshire 107 for 3, but they had a couple of good overs coming up, Nottinghamshire, so it is getting very close. 6 overs to go, 36 balls, 5 wickets in hand, 47 needed off 36 balls for the Foxes. But 5 wickets down. Ackerman is still there though. He's on 46 off 37, and he is going to be on strike to Dan Christian. 2 overs, 1 for 18 for Christian, who comes in from the Bennett end, bowls straight to Ackerman, worked out towards mid-wicket, takes the first one quickly, but Duckett is in, and he's a very good fielder and puts in a very good flat throw to Tom Morse. So it is just a single to Ackerman. He moves on to 47. Singles, well, they keep Leicestershire in touch, but remember, they need more than singles now. 46 needed at pretty much 8 runs and over. Dave's back alongside, breathing deeply as in goes Christian. Bowling down the leg side will be signalled wide again from Dan Christian. He's given away 4 of them now, 3 in the previous over, 1 now in this. 118 for 5.
Yes, I can't afford many more of those, Mr. Christian.
35 balls still remain, 45 to win.
In the Bob Willis Trophy game here, Samit threw down the stumps and Nick Cook said not out, didn't he?
Christian in and just outside off stump, chopped hard down into the ground by Hill, but only as far as Iqbal was in at backward point, and there is no run. You have a better memory than I in that respect, Dave Bracegood. Nick Cook's feeling the cold out there. Temperature, in fairness, now the sun has gone down, has plummeted, hasn't it? I would imagine now feels like sort of single figures almost.
Yeah.
It was the most lovely day, and warm with it. Not now, it ain't. In goes Christian, and bowls full, looking for a leg before decision. Not going to get it from Nick Cook. In fairness, although Christian went up and yelled loudly, Moores didn't really echo the appeal, and Nick Cook telling Dan Christian, as he does with every bowler's appeal, every bowler when an appeal is turned down, why he didn't give it. Dot ball though. 1 for 20 for Christian from 2.3, 118 for 5 to win 45. Still needed. In goes Christian. Down the slope, bowls to Hill, who cuts him away off the back foot out into the offside, down towards backward point. No, and Joe Clark, what I don't think I've mentioned so far, hasn't really been in the game in the field, but he is there and gets away a good throw. So just a single to Hill, who has 3 from 4 balls, 119 for 5. Ackerman on 47 from 38, looks around him, sees the leg side fielders retreating to the boundary, all 4 of them. Christian 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but 1 and wide, has 2 balls to go in the over then, I think. Yes, it is. In he comes, bowls to Ackerman, hit back past him, can mid-off get there? No, I thought Nasr was going to get there, dived across, but he was a little bit slow getting down. Ackerman picks up 4 and picks up a half century, his second of the competition. It's come off 39 balls, and Leicestershire's captain is doing his absolute utmost to steer the Foxes home. 123 for 5.
Yeah, 39 balls, 5 fours and 1 6 for Colin Ackerman, and again he's just made sure that his side stay on target for this over.
Christian is in, bowls to him, short up on his toes. Ackerman just dropping it out towards backward square. Tom Moores sprints towards the ball, picks it up. Ackerman has to be content with 1, but will be content with 1, having picked up the previous runs off the over, and keeps the strike. 124 for 5.
That's the crucial thing. He's on 52, 39 needed from 5 overs now. Bowlers at Dan Christian's beck and call. Well, Imad Wasim has had 3, Samit Patel has had 3, Stephen Mullaney has had 3, Chappell has had 2, Christian himself has had 3, Matt Carter only 1 over. So Chappell and Carter have bowled 3 between them.
He went for 10 in that over, Carter. In the power play, in fairness, so...
Yep. It's going to be
no, it wasn't. 7th over.
It's going to be Stephen Mullaney to bowl his final over. Here he comes to Ackerman. Just a gentle little nudge into the offside, gets down the other end. 53 to Ackerman. Foxes, I'm sure, would be happy with a runner ball single every ball in this over.
Well, they are for the first time behind in comparison terms. 126 for 5 at the end of the 15th. Nottinghamshire 124 for 5. Leicestershire. Stephen
Mullaney once more. It's had a big impact on this game, and that's a fairly ugly looking shot in truth from Lewis Hill. It was full outside the off stump, and he went down trying to paddle it away on the leg side. Didn't look very pretty, and was certainly ineffective. Precious dot ball, but what's could do with picking up a wicket or 2 now, I fancy. Still with 5 wickets left, the Foxes can afford to play 1 or 2 big shots at the other end, as long as Ackerman stays there. Single taken this time, chopped out onto the offside. 126 for 5.
Well, they had that spell of 3 overs when they lost 3 wickets and only scored 8 runs, didn't they? Just after this one, Nottinghamshire. So you're right.
Didn't finish well, Notts. After that partnership between Moores and Duckett was broken. In comes Mullaney, bowls, and Ackerman. He's giving off the air of somebody who's totally in control, and his destiny seems to be to get the Foxes over the line here.
And he's playing as though he knows it just needs to, not just needs to see Mullaney off, but he needs to see Mullaney off, and does have scope thereafter.
Comes Mullaney, and Lewis Hill this time does get it onto the leg side, out to Hales, who has a strong throw on him, but they will come back for 2. It is a good return from Hales. Mullaney takes it over the stumps, but they were back, and Hill is on 6. Ackerman is now the top scorer in the match. At the other end, he's on 54. Gone past Duckett's 53. Moore's made 51. On 29 for 5. Mullaney bowls again, chopped away once more by Lewis Hill, and an over of just steady accumulation. 6 from it, just what the Foxes need. And that is Stephen Mullaney done and dusted. 4 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 17 for Stephen Mullaney. He's done his bit. He's kept the runs down from this end, picked up a couple of crucial wickets, but Dan Christian's got to look elsewhere now. He's going to turn to Samit Patel to bowl the 17th. 33 required from 4.
Leicestershire get across the line. How crucial are those 5 runs going to be? Maybe it won't matter. Maybe they'll get across the line with plenty of time in hand. Maybe they'll get across the line off the last ball. Maybe they won't get across the line. But if those 5 runs are really material, it'll be very interesting to hear what Notts have to say about it. Samit Patel then. 3 overs, as Dave said, 1 for 15. In he comes from the Bennett end, sees Hill coming, drops his length back. Hill pokes it back past him in the air, and for a second Dave thought it was going to be a caught and bowled. Wasn't quite close enough to Patel for him to dive across to his right to pluck it out of the air. Picks up 1.
Even 10 years ago, Samit wouldn't have got that.
In goes Patel, bowls 2. Ackerman, fuller this time. Ackerman waits for it and clips it out towards long on. Should be a comfortable 2 this time, because long on Hales has to run a good 10 to 15 yards to his right. So an easy 2 taken by Ackerman. Moves on to 56, and as Dave said, at the moment Leicestershire South African captain looks in control. 56 from 43 balls, 133 for 5. Patel in again, say that, and then a big swing from Ackerman. Could so easily have been bowled, got a thin inside edge, and it trickles down towards short. Fine leg between the batsman's body and the stumps. Goodness me. Heart in mouth moment for a moment. In goes Patel, bowls 2. Hill, who goes back and cuts him off the stumps, I think, out towards Joe Clark, who's on the point boundary. What's this hand raise signal from Nick Cook? I'm never quite sure. He does it quite often. Not sure what it means. 2 to go. Whether he had 2 fingers in the air, I do not know. Ackerman back on strike to Patel, who's got something in his eye. It's sorted itself out. He looked to be holding something. He looked to be holding his finger up to his eye. He was walking towards Dan Christian then, but suddenly, whatever it was, extracted itself. In goes Patel. Bowls down the leg side, will be signalled wide. Couldn't get across. Well, he could get a little bit across Moores, but he couldn't stop it. It trickles down to short, fine leg. So, a bye is taken.
Yeah, not sure.
Odd signals being made. Bowls Samit Patel much straighter this time. Chipped out into the leg side by a Hill. Should be 2. Is going to be 2. Chappell's throw is hard, but it took a while to get there. So at the moment, the Foxes beginning to do this well. They're not taking unnecessary... Well, Ackerman's attempted whack into the leg side aside. They're not taking too many risks. Hill has 11 from 11 now, as Patel is in to him. He's bowled him. Hill was trying to clip it out into the leg side. Whether it's straightened or not, a yell of triumph from Patel. They are still, maybe just it straightened a fraction. It was fullish onto off stump, and Hill was trying to clip it onto the leg side. Patel has taken a wicket with his final delivery. He has 2 for 24 from his 4 overs. But he too has bowled out 139 for 6. Whew. That means we have 3 overs to go.
24 required.
24 needed.
Yeah, that wicket helps Notts, but the 9 runs during the course of the over certainly helped the Foxes, and 24 from 18. It should be well within their compass. Ackerman is going to be on strike, of course, at the start of the new over, the 18th. It's going to be Imad Wasim to bowl it. Wasim 3 overs 1 for 29.
Notts were 143 for 3 after 17, but
yeah, the wheels came off after then. The new batsman is
they only
Callum
got
Parkinson.
4 off the 18th over.
Klein, Davis and Griffiths remain in the hutch if needed. Here's Imad Wasim bowling. Saw Ackerman coming towards him, just tried to bowl with a little bit of width, but Ackerman was able to reach the ball, chop it away, gets a couple. He moves on towards 59 now, 141 for 6.
It's not been great from Wasim, has it? Really?
22 required from 17. Here's Wasim in again. Single just pushed into the gaps on the offside. 21 from 16 required. Parkinson now on strike, so Stephen Mullaney moves right in tight on the offside, but this is clipped on the leg side and Parkinson's away. A single first ball. Ben Duckett had to come in a long way from the deep mid-wicket boundary, and he fielded that inside the circle and stopped them getting 2. That was brilliant commitment from Duckett.
Well, every single builds the pressure just a fraction.
Just doing enough there, the Foxes. 4 from the first 3 balls of this over. Here's Wasim in again, chopped into the offside. Patel will field, but they take another single. 144 for 6. The finishing line isn't too far away.
Pollard held up 2 fingers then, so that is why maybe with 2 to go it's a required thing. Maybe they have to tell people. Both umpires are doing it.
Well, I've done it in club cricket when I've gone out there with a proper umpire. They expect you to do it. Yeah, I think it is a dumb thing. Driven down the ground for a single. Alex Hales fields. Just seems like Leicestershire have done just enough now. They can almost at a canter get over the line here. They're just milking the bowling. Imad Wasim, his final ball. Bowls and that was an old bit looking swish across the line from Ackerman. Looks at the toe end of his bat, so that over is done and dusted with. 145 for 6, 6 from it. Imad Wasim has finished 4 overs 1 for 35.
Suddenly it's 18 from 2, 9 and over. You're talking it down, but this is Leicestershire. Ackerman is there. If Ackerman wasn't there, if it was 2 tail-enders with respect to Callum Parkinson, Notts would now be favourites, but with Ackerman there,
we've just got to find a bowler from somewhere there. No, Wasim has bowled out.
Who would you bring him on?
Wasim has bowled out, Patel has bowled out, Mullaney has bowled out. Christian is going to bowl the 19th, and so that means either Zach Chappell, who's bowled 2 overs none for 22, or Matt Carter 1 over none for 10 will have the last over.
Interesting one. Interesting one.
Yes.
Dan Christian needs a really good over here to build the pressure on the Foxes.
Pap, I think, is why he's taken this on himself. If he can, just keep them to 7 or 8.
18 from 12 needed as Christian comes down the slope and bowls to Callum Parkinson, who drives him away for 4. Lovely shot from Callum Parkinson. There wasn't too much wrong with the delivery. It was pretty much off stump. If anything, probably it was just slightly too full. Swung in towards him, and a really fine shot, controlled shot by the young left arm spinner. Increasingly referred to him as an all-rounder. He can bat, Callum Parkinson, and he showed it there. 4 from the first ball. That makes a big old difference. Takes the pressure right off. Christian is in again. 2. Parkinson hits him in the air. Is he going to be caught? No, he can't quite get there. Duckett sprinting across to his right, and that wasn't such a good shot. He was trying to lift it away on the leg side. Hit high up in the bat and just looped towards mid-on. Duckett couldn't quite get there though, so a single taken. 5 from the first 2. Ackerman is on strike. 13 from 10 with 4 wickets in hand. Christian in to Ackerman, who pulls him away, but only as far as deep mid-wicket. Will be just 1 as a consequence. Duckett out there, gets away a good throw. Single taken. 12 off 9. Parkinson back on strike. 6 from the first 3.
A Friday evening thriller for your entertainment. This will set everybody up nicely for the weekend, but which way is it going to tilt? We'll find out in, I guess, 3 or 4 minutes' time.
Had a couple of last ball finishes already at Grace Road. Ben Mike hit the last ball of the innings to the boundary to beat Yorkshire. In goes Christian, bowls to Parkinson, a bouncer. Parkinson plays it well in the end. He didn't go for a full-blooded hook. He paddled it away down into the leg side. Chappell got to it quickly. A single is taken. 11 now needed off 8 balls. Ackerman is on strike. They couldn't hit a 4 off the last ball to beat Derbyshire. They'll be hoping they don't need a 4 off the last ball.
Well, it's going to be a huge ask of either Zach Chappell or Matt Carter. Not seen either of them loosening up, to be fair.
Christian in to Ackerman, full, dug out by Ackerman, firmly out towards long on. It will be just the one though, as in from the boundary came Hales, got his throw away quickly. Christian let it run through 2 more, single taken. Means that 10 are needed from the last 7 balls.
Zach Chappell's just whirled his arm over.
No pressure, Zach. Against your former club.
So 1 ball left in this over. Can Christian do his side a favour here?
In he comes, bowls to Parkinson, who makes a bit of room, hits it out into the offside, over the field. It's going to run away for 4 to the extra cover boundary. Just for a moment or two, it looked like Samit Patel might be in the game at extra cover on the edge of the circle, but it was well over his head in the end, 3 or 4 feet, and though he turned, this quick outfield meant the ball ran away for him for 4. So an excellent over for the Foxes. 12 from it.
Yep.
12 from it, and that really should mean that they shouldn't make any mistakes from here, and they need 6 to win in the final over.
So it is going to be Chappell. This will be the stuff of fairy stories as far as he's concerned, to come back to his former stomping ground and bowl an over that couldn't really be more crucial, if not so going to remain undefeated in the group. But he's not got a lot to play with. 5 would be a tie, 6 would do it. Now then, the field, they're not overly attacking Notts. They've got Ackerman on strike. Here is Chappell. First ball is down the leg side, but it does strike the pad and they take a leg by. That would have been the worst possible. Now he got some bat on it. Yeah. Got a bit of bat on it. That would have been the worst possible thing had it slid down the leg side. Begin with a wide, but he didn't. It's nice and full.
Had Parkinson not played those 2 shots for 4, I'd be questioning the decision to take the single there. But he played them so well that you think, well, he looks calm and capable. Callum Parkinson here.
You wouldn't imagine he's going to play and miss at the next 3 deliveries, would you?
No.
158 for 6.
But he doesn't want to get out either.
No.
Bring in Davis is a competent batsman. Griffiths, perhaps less capable of striking the ball.
5 balls left, 4 to tie, 5 to win. Chappell from the pavilion end bowls. This one will just come off the thigh pad and run away for a leg by. Duckett doing the fielding. That's just what the Foxes needed.
Are we at the stage where they really have to bring in the field almost?
I think so.
Really?
I think so.
Go and hit it over them, and if you do, because otherwise they're just going to take the singles.
But they know Ackerman is capable of doing that.
Yeah.
If I was Ackerman, I'd probably be looking to drop it on the leg side and take 2, because everybody there is right out on the fence. There is 2. If you set off and scamper, just drop the ball on the leg side. Will Chappell afford him the opportunity? It comes in to Ackerman. He slammed it crisply to Christian. Will he hit? No, he won't. And they're going to get the overthrow. Dan Christian had to take that on, had to shy at the stumps. Had he hit, then he'd have got Ackerman out. He missed because nobody was able to get there and back up in order to stop the second run. and they do come back for 2, so win-win-win for the Foxes, 2 from it, and they've got Ackerman back on strike. So push and run to Dan Christian at mid-off.
Got to bring him in now, surely.
Yeah. 161, so 1 will tie it, 2 will win it, and there are 3 balls left. Any hat-tricks up your sleeve? Zach Chappell comes in to bowl to Ackerman, nice and full, clipped away for a single out to Joe Clark. So now the scores are tied and there are 2 balls left. Parkinson is on strike. To him the opportunity of glory. Imad Wasim now comes over with words of advice for Zach Chappell. He's just sort of been thrown in at the deep end here, hasn't he, Zach? Really has.
Yeah. Christian isn't doing any talking to him. No.
2 balls left.
Tough
Scores
school.
are tied.
Nottinghamshire School of Cricket, apparently.
They are in very, very tight on both sides, as you can imagine. So 1 good connection through the field will win it. Here is Chappell in and bowls, and it is pulled to Hales at mid-on. Can he hit the stumps? He misses, and the Foxes have won. The Foxes are home with 1 ball to spare. They've won by 4 wickets, and it's Callum Parkinson with the winning run as Alex Hales shies at the stumps and narrowly misses. And the Foxes have ended the Outlaws' unbeaten run in this season's Vitality Blast. The end of the evening, Notts are top of the North Group still. They are through to the quarter-finals still, but that was an undefeated record that they wanted to take into the knockout stages, and it's gone at the hands of Leicestershire Foxes. Well played to the captain, Colin Ackerman. 67 not out. That's a terrific knock, and he has been the mainstay, and that was the innings that held the Foxes together and saw them over the line, with the honour of the winning runs going to Callum Parkinson.
And those 5 runs that were awarded, penalty runs that were awarded to Leicestershire for what was adjudged to be a deliberate attempt to distract the striker by Stephen Mullaney. Well, Notts will feel that they might well have been crucial. Thank you for joining us here at the Fisher County Ground. For those who've been watching on the stream, another marvellous game of cricket that went almost to the last ball. Just 1 ball remained. 2 umpires walking off with their hands in their pockets, trying to keep them warm. But an eventful game, and the Foxes live to fight another day in this competition. They're still only 4th in the Central Group because Durham beat Lancashire earlier. James Whittaker, the match referee, is coming out to talk to Nick Cook and Paul Pollard now, and we'll want the full details on what happened. Paul Pollard is explaining to James Whittaker why he adjudged that the penalty runs should be awarded. They're having this discussion out in the outfield now, and Whittaker's listening. Well, Pollard, not Nick Cook, is doing the explaining. And if we switched on and listened, we might be able to hear this, to be quiet. If we stop talking, if you'd allow us to stop talking, we might be able to hear this. I can't really. I'm tempted to dangle the effects mic over there just to get chapter and verse, but it is Pollard who's doing the talking, so he was the instigating umpire here, wasn't it?
Either way, it's not going to change the result.
Nope.
There might be a little bit of after-match discussion from certainly from the Notts camp about it, but the Foxes have got the victory. They won by 4 wickets. Many congratulations, Rich. I know this is the last game here this truncated summer. Good luck to you. We say winter well.
Well, who knows? Who knows? Notts have qualified. If Leicestershire go up to Old Trafford on Sunday and win up there, and other results perhaps will need to go in their favour, but they are not quite definitively out of the competition yet. Good luck to Notts, whoever you play in the quarter-finals, and likewise.
Cheers. Thanks for hospitality tonight. I've got to go and do an update into the 8 o'clock news on BBC Radio Nottingham.
And I suspect I'll be required to have a chat to BBC Radio Leicester's DAB listeners if Adam Whitty is on the other end. Yeah. His calmness, really, and he absolutely exuded determination. He's been a little bit unfortunate in this competition, some of the ways in which he's got out, or been gotten out, if you like, a run out here and there that weren't his fault and things like that. 67 not out for Ackerman, 53 balls, 5 fours and a 6. He ensured Leicestershire were basically in touch throughout, but that last partnership with Callum Parkinson got the majority of the runs. He scored 13 out of the 24-run partnership, and those 13 runs came off 8 balls, and he hit 2 of them for 4. Beautiful shots as well, and he was one of the ones who was perhaps most angry, Callum, about not being able to get over the line against Derbyshire. And I think they've probably exercised a few ghosts, really, with that performance. The Foxes, they've shown that they can do it. They've shown that they're not chokers, if you like, and they can get across the line in a game when they've got themselves in a position where they should win. If they can somehow go to Lancashire, who played awfully today in defeat up at Durham, and they will be looking to retrieve their reputation from that defeat, the Lancastrians, because they'll still have a chance of finishing top of the table and playing a quarter-final at home. But at least the Foxes go into the game with something to play for. Yeah. No, not for... We've seen 5 penalty runs, obviously, on a couple of occasions in televised games, but not involving Leicestershire, I might add. Excuse me. But a deliberate attempt to distract the striker. It was Stephen Mullaney chasing down the ball, put in the slide, but the idea being that the striker or the batsman would think he was about to field the ball and not attempt another run as a consequence, it seems. So that's a matter of... well, very subjective judgment, isn't it, on the part of the umpire? And it was umpire Pollard, the former Nottinghamshire player, not umpire Cook, the former Leicestershire player. Let us, not that I'm remotely suggesting that anything untoward would otherwise have taken place, but it emphasises the point. It was very much the decision of the umpires that's what Stephen Mullaney was trying to do. But Notts were seething for some little time after that, and it may be still that they feel a strong sense of injustice as a consequence. Maybe Leicester would have got across the line anyway. They would have judged the chase accordingly. But those 5 runs are looming pretty large at the moment.